Welcome back, brothers, to Abalore. Tonight's story, where we dive into the war beyond the rift. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like, to comment, and videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for that, bro. I want to thank you guys for your support. Y'all been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
The first astropath tore out his own tongue 3 minutes before the convoy cleared the Empyrean. He did it with his teeth, worrying the flesh loose, while the brass restraints of his choir throne cut trenches into his wrists, and by the time the translation klaxons began their tolling through the armored decks of the Pax Ultima, he was choking on blood and fragments of himself. Around him, 26 other sanctioned psychers convulsed beneath their copper circlets, blind eyes weeping crimson as the Astronomicon vanished behind a wall of psychic thunder. The choirmaster tried to force discipline upon them, barking the litany of true sight, while servitors tightened the restraints, but the words dissolved beneath screams that came from men whose mouths had not yet opened. One astropath hammered his forehead against the iron back of his throne until the frontal bone split. Another began laughing in the voice of a child. A third whispered that something was waiting beneath the ship, which was impossible because there was no beneath in the warp, and because the Pax Ultima had not yet returned to real space. Then the Geller field indicators across the choir sanctum began to contradict one another. Half reported full integrity, half screamed catastrophic collapse, every lumen in the chamber extinguished. For one impossible heartbeat, the blind psychers all turned their sightless faces toward the same bulkhead, and the man without a tongue began shrieking through a throat full of blood. The convoy translated into reality in pieces. The Pax Ultima came first, a slab-sided Imperial Navy grand transport with cathedral towers fused to its dorsal spine and kilometers of armored holds hanging beneath the keel. 3 escorts followed a heartbeat later, then 2 more, then nothing where the remaining ships should have been. The void around Morvain seethed beneath the scar of the Great Rift. Violet radiance crawled across the stars like infection beneath skin, and the Auspex arrays flooded with false contacts, echoes without mass, gravitational distortions, and vox bursts, transmitted in languages no human throat could shape. On the command deck, Captain Halbrecht Vaughan demanded a convoy census, while ratings bled from the nose and ears beneath their brass augmetic sockets. The Master of Augurs told him that the missing ships might still be within the Empyrean. The navigator screamed from his sealed sanctum that there was something moving below their sensor horizon. Vaughan snapped that there was no horizon in open void, and that was when the first assault boat struck the ventral armor. The impact shook devotional statuary from alcoves and toppled deck officers from their stations. A second impact followed, then another, each too precise to be debris. By the time the shipmaster understood that he was being boarded, the Black Legion were already inside his vessel. Melter charges burned through the first security bulkhead in a white flare that reduced adamantium locks to glowing slag and flash, cooked the armsman standing nearest the door. The breach opened on a compartment filled with smoke, devotional incense, and men trying to form a firing line. The first Black Legionary came through walking. Bolter fire struck his black ceramite and burst against armor already scarred by wars older than the defenders' bloodlines. He raised his own weapon without haste. The first bolt entered an armsman beneath the sternum and detonated inside the ribcage, blowing his lungs and broken vertebrae across the men behind him. The second punched through a faceplate and converted the skull within into a pressure wave of bone, teeth, and brain matter. Then the rest of the legionaries entered. They did not charge. They advanced behind controlled bursts, each warrior covering the next, ancient warplate grinding through pools of blood, while mortal defenders fired until their laser guns overheated in their hands. A naval officer managed to scream an order to fall back before a mass reactive shell hit him in the hip, passed through flesh, and burst against the pelvic girdle. His lower body ceased to resemble anatomy. Pressure alarms howled as another breaching charge ruptured an adjacent compartment into vacuum. Loose shell casings, prayer scrolls, Body parts and ropes of blood lifted from the deck and streamed toward the wound in the hull, while men clawed at handrails with fingers made slick by the insides of their comrades. Kazek Vul entered the flagship only after its resistance had ceased to matter. The Chaos Lord did not step over the dying because he enjoyed their suffering. He stepped over them because they were beneath notice. His Terminator plate was black beneath centuries of scoring, every plate edged in tarnished bronze and carved with oaths whose original language predated the Imperium's present form. A trophy chain hung from one pauldron, bearing identity seals and fragments of heraldry taken from captains, commissars, priests, and Astartes he had outlived. His helm remained locked beneath his arm as he crossed the conquered strategium, exposing a face that had long ago abandoned any resemblance to mortal age. The flesh was pale and stretched, the scalp cut by ritual scars, one eye replaced by a brass augmetic that contracted with a soft mechanical click as his chosen dragged survivors before him. Men who dropped weapons and begged were shot. Men who spat curses were restrained. One naval lieutenant, his left arm hanging by scorched tendons, tried to invoke the Emperor's judgment. Kazek watched him struggle upright and said, "Keep that one." The lieutenant stared at him. "Why?" Kazek looked toward the ruined blast doors where slaves were hauling cages into the chamber. "Because you still believe he can hear you." Vedras Cole arrived behind the cages, his armor robed in strips of parchment written in inks that shifted color beneath the lumen glow. The sorcerer's staff clicked against the deck as he inspected the prisoners. He ignored the unconscious and killed one himself when the man proved too broken to understand what was happening, driving a blade beneath the jaw and into the brain with the casual efficiency of a chirurgeon discarding spoiled tissue. The surviving astropaths interested him more. They had been dragged from the choir sanctum with restraint, harnesses still bolted to their bodies, blind faces twitching as if watching something move through the walls. Cole crouched before the tongueless astropath and placed 2 armored fingers against his blood-soaked chin. "You saw it." The psyker trembled. Cole smiled. "Good." Kazek regarded the captured command hololith, while servitors reconstructed damaged charts from the ship's cogitator stacks. Morvain Primus rotated above the table as a grey corpse whirled beneath a flickering band of empiric distortion. Imperial survey sigils marked the planet as geologically dead and strategically worthless. Beneath those annotations, Cole had caused another pattern to appear: concentric subterranean structures buried below ash seas and tectonic shelves. Great blackstone pylons formed a crown around the planet's equatorial scar. The Imperials had catalogued them as inert Xenos ruins. Cole called them by another name. "Noctilith," he whispered, "and it remembers what it was made to do." Morvain Primus had never possessed oceans of water. Its oceans were ash. Layers kilometers deep had accumulated across continents whose first cities had died before Imperial records began. From orbit, the world looked embalmed, its mountains buried to their shoulders, its atmosphere thin and poisoned, its night side illuminated by aurorae born from the Great Rift. The first pylon emerged from that ash, like the blackened fang of a buried god. Mechanicum survey teams had once attempted to drill it, cut it, bombard it, and take samples from its surface. Their reports recorded failed tools, corrupted cogitators and servitors that shut down without mechanical fault. The expedition was abandoned. Cole had read the same records and understood what the dead adepts had not. Blackstone could deny the warp. Blackstone could also, under altered conditions, resonate with it. Suppression and amplification were not opposites to him. They were directions. What could close a wound might be made to hold one open. He stood at the pylon's foundation as slave crews erected iron gantries across its surface and corrupted tech marines fixed cables thicker than a man's torso into sockets bored with demon-fed melter drills. "Not a gate," one chosen remarked. Cole turned his helm toward the warrior. "No, a wound that refuses to clot." The machinery required flesh, not symbolically, not because some idiot cultist had decided that spilling blood pleased whatever demon whispered in his sleep. Cole despised superstition without function. Thousands of captured naval ratings were wired into the foundations in ranked galleries, their bodies locked upright against iron frames, while servo arms punched probes through sternums, spines, and skulls. Brass needles entered adrenal glands. Cranial screws penetrated bone until their tips rested against exposed neural tissue. Vox emitters captured screams and converted them into waveform data, while corrupted Medici servitors measured pulse, stress chemistry, cortical activity, and psychic response. Some prisoners were shown the deaths of those beside them. Others were left in darkness. Some were told they would survive if they remained silent. They were not permitted to survive. Cole walked between the rows, while slate servitors scratched results onto sheets of metal with claw-tipped styluses. A man began begging for the Emperor. The probes in his skull brightened. Cole stopped. Increase visual feed. Reduce analgesia. A robed slave obeyed. The prisoner's scream climbed until his throat tore. Across the chamber, Blackstone gauges shifted by a measurable fraction. Cole leaned closer to the data display. The screaming was not worship. The screaming was calibration. When Karzek gave the signal, Vordain began to murder itself. The hive world held tens of billions beneath armor glass, ferrocrete, and smoke, stacked into cities whose lowest foundations had never seen natural light. Its moons were crusted with manufactoria, orbital docks, macro battery emplacements and anchorages feeding the expanding territories of Ultramar. For years, men had prayed in hidden chambers beneath those installations to gods whose names they did not speak aloud. On the appointed hour, thousands of cult cells rose at once. Defense lasers rotated from the void and fired into neighboring platforms. Ammunition vaults detonated beneath regimental mustering fields. Hab filtration systems pumped poison into sealed worker blocks. Orbital elevators had their braking cogitators sabotaged and came down through the atmosphere, trailing kilometers of burning cable before striking hive districts with the force of strategic weapons. Entire towers folded beneath them. Traitor officers within the planetary defense forces transmitted authentic command seals, ordering batteries to redeploy, then opened artillery fire on loyal formations while they were still in transit. The first million dead accomplished almost nothing militarily. Their value lay in panic, confusion, and the psychic pressure of a civilization suddenly discovering that its own walls wanted it dead. Then, the invasion descended. Black Legion troop carriers breached the upper atmosphere beneath burning clouds, while lesser ships vomited landing craft in numbers that made the sky appear diseased. Millions of cultists came first, packed into transports without enough restraint harnesses or pressure seals, many dying before touchdown when aircraft took fire and decompressed. Those who survived poured from ramps beneath banners, stitched from skin and scavenged uniforms, howling the War Master's name, while Imperial artillery tore lanes through them, hundreds at a time. Behind them came Traitor Guard armor, captured Lehman Russ tanks bearing defaced aquili, basilisks already elevating their guns before the transports had settled. Then the true killers arrived. Dreadclaws punched through bunker roofs. Black legionaries emerged inside command bastions and slaughtered officers before defensive orders could be transmitted. Forge fiends loped through tank graveyards on limbs of brass, steel, and muscle, demon-fed cannons vomiting incandescent volleys that peeled battle tanks open and reduced crews to burning paste within their compartments. Helldrakes screamed across landing zones, their wings shedding sparks and strips of unnatural flame. Possessed struck ferrocrete redoubts, with bodies warped beyond the architecture of Astartes, claws punching through firing slits, dragging soldiers out by their heads and arms. The Ultramar Defense Auxilia answered with the cold discipline expected of men raised beneath Guilliman's legacy. Massed gun lines anchored streets broad enough for armored columns. Artillery regiments fired by grid coordinates, supplied from surviving auger towers. Entire waves of cultists vanished beneath overlapping detonations that rolled outward through the smoke like moving walls. Men were lifted in pieces. Bodies burst under pressure. Trenches became ditches filled with blood and pulverized meat. The traitor guard continued advancing through them, because Black Legion overseers shot any commander who hesitated. Karzek watched the casualty data from the strategium of his captured flagship and showed no concern. Every dead cultist meant less ammunition in an Imperial magazine. Every screaming soldier strengthened Cole's resonance calculations. Every collapsing hive sector widened the psychic storm around Morvain. A chosen named Varric observed the slaughter through the hololith and said, "They spend themselves cheaply." Karzek looked at him. "Everything mortal is cheap." Varric inclined his head. "Even worlds?" "Especially worlds." The underground command nexus beneath Hive Eraman survived for 14 hours before the Black Legion decided it had lived long enough. 9 Terminators translated into the tactical chamber in a burst of witchlight and displaced air. The first loyal officer reached for his sidearm. A combi bolter fired once, and his torso erupted across the hololithic representation of Vordain's northern continent. Another officer died with his jaw still forming an order, the shell entering through the mouth and bursting behind the skull. Staff serfs fled toward the blast door. A Terminator caught one by the neck and crushed until vertebrae punched through skin. The command throne contained an elderly general hardwired into tactical cogitators through spinal augmetics. He ordered the surviving guardsmen to stand. They did. For 6 seconds they fired everything they carried. Then a Black Legion power fist closed around the throne and squeezed. Adamantium framing buckled first, the general second. Bone and metal collapsed together until blood ran from the machinery in thick ropes. The Terminators never broke formation. They cleared the room by sectors, marked data stacks for seizure, and killed only those not required for interrogation. The madness belonged to the warp. The discipline belonged to the Legion. The sealed order reached Karzek after the command nexus fell. It came through an encrypted astropathic burst, encoded at a level used only by the highest authorities within the Black Legion, and Cole himself stood silent while the sigils resolved across a shielded slate. The command was brutally simple. The corridor was to be stabilized and held for the designated span. No extraction vector followed. No reserve fleet was promised. No contingency acknowledged the possibility of failure. Varric read over his lord's shoulder and made the mistake of speaking. "Does the War Master expect us to die here?" Karzek moved before the final word had finished leaving the Chosen's mouth. One gauntleted hand closed around Varric's throat. Ceramite fingers compressed the gorget until seals burst and armor plates drove inward. Varric struck Karzek's wrist once, more from shock than resistance. Karzek lifted him from the deck. "You ask whether obedience requires survival." The Chosen's vox emitted a strangled growl. Karzek tightened his grip until the reinforced collar collapsed and cervical vertebrae broke with a wet succession of cracks. He dropped the corpse. "It does not." The first outer picket vanished 6 hours later. Frigate Oath of Ruin ceased transmitting without distress call, weapons discharge, or warp anomaly. The second, Carrion Saint, disappeared from the tactical net while holding position behind a moonlet. Karzek sent boarding teams. They found the ships intact. Engines idled. Reactoriums remained stable. No hull breach showed on external augers. Inside, every mortal crewman was dead. On the bridge of the Oath of Ruin, bodies lay where they had fallen, some cut through so cleanly that halves remained separated by only a hand's breadth. 3 Black Legionaries had died beside the command throne. One had been opened from shoulder to hip through ceramite and transhuman bone. Another lacked both arms and most of his head. The third remained standing against the wall because something had driven him into it hard enough to bury shattered armor in the metal. There were no devotional markings. No trophies had been taken. No prisoner had been tortured. The Auspex archive showed only static, then darkness, then the bridge becoming a charnel house between one picked frame and the next. Cole studied the recordings twice. "Not demons," he said. Karzek's augmetic eye narrowed. "No." Far beyond Morvain Primus, where the glare of the burning system diminished against the black, the Nicor drifted beneath emissions discipline. Her hull was a vast grey absence against the stars, scarred by wars whose records belonged to sealed archives and dead generations. No battle hymn rolled through her bridge. No surf shouted a challenge into the void. The Carcharodons watched. Picked screens showed Vordain burning beneath orbital bombardment, Black Legion vessels moving between the moons, and the spreading distortion surrounding Morvain Primus. Mortal thralls worked in silence beneath the gaze of armored giants. The Red Brethren stood like statues around the command dais, tactical dreadnought plate the color of old ash, weapons held ready but inactive. At their center waited Tyberos. His modified Terminator armor seemed built less to contain a warrior than to imprison something the Imperium had decided to point at its enemies. Hunger and slake rested upon his fists, their mechanisms dormant, their teeth clean. A serf approached, stopped several paces away, and bowed until his forehead nearly touched the deck. "Shadelord, the quarry has ceased withdrawal. The Black Legion war host is committed to the system." Tyberos looked at the burning world upon the main pick display. For several heartbeats, there was only the low vibration of the Nicor's engines and the distant clicking of cogitators. When he spoke, his voice was quiet enough that the serf had to strain to hear it. "Then the hunt ends here." The righteous fury tore itself out of the Empyrean beneath a sky that had forgotten what darkness was. Violet fire crawled across the wound of the Great Rift, staining the void with impossible color as the strike cruiser translated into real space behind a spearhead of ultramarine escorts and 3 battered Imperial Navy cruisers that had survived the passage with their hulls intact. The moment the Geller field began its controlled collapse, the Strategium drowned beneath voices. Vox officers received so many overlapping transmissions that servitors began shunting entire frequencies into reserve cogitator banks simply to prevent the command network from choking on its own distress traffic. Morvain was not one battle. It was hundreds of battles being lost simultaneously. A defense monitor above Vordain reported boarding actions before its transmission ended beneath screaming and bolter fire. The refinery moon of Lakir begged for void support, while traitor artillery reduced its extraction cities one district at a time. 2 planetary governors contradicted one another over which orbital batteries remained loyal. An auxiliar commander swore that demons had manifested inside his armor reserve, while another transmission insisted there had been no warp breach and accused the first commander of treason. Entire hive sectors appeared upon the hololithic projection as dead zones, their icons fading from blue to warning amber and then to the dull grey of lost contact. Captain Demetrian Titus stood before the Strategium table and listened to all of it without moving. Around him, mortal officers fought panic with procedure, servitors clicked and murmured machine cant, and deck priests hurried between cogitator banks, swinging sensors as if incense might persuade damaged data to become trustworthy. Titus watched the war unfold as patterns rather than cries for help. The archenemy had crippled communications, scattered the defending fleet, triggered internal revolt, and forced the surviving commanders to react independently. Chaos wanted the Imperials looking everywhere. Therefore, something existed that the Black Legion did not want them looking at. Prioritize reports that concern orbital infrastructure, astropathic failures, and enemy reinforcement vectors, Titus ordered. His voice did not rise above the Strategium noise, yet every officer nearest him heard it. Discard duplicate civilian distress traffic unless it contains military intelligence. Separate confirmed demonic manifestation from suspected warp phenomena. I want the location of every functioning defense battery, every surviving void dock, and every Black Legion vessel larger than an escort. A lieutenant of the fleet staff hesitated before a bank of conflicting runes. Captain, there are requests for immediate intervention from 17 population centers. Titus studied the hololith. Millions of lives flickered there as geometric symbols. There will be more before this hour ends. We will not answer panic with dispersion. The lieutenant swallowed and inclined his head. Titus turned back to the projection. He had learned long ago that command was not the art of saving everyone. Command was deciding who would die, deciding why, and ensuring their deaths purchased something that justified the expenditure. That truth offended the sentimental and corrupted the cruel. It remained true regardless. The first coherent warning came not from the fleet, but from astropath Dynal Cornelius. He entered the strategium, escorted by 2 hooded attendants and a medici servitor, his movements too controlled to conceal the pain beneath them. Blood had dried in black streaks beneath the empty sockets of his eyes. Fresh crimson welled from them as Titus turned toward him, and broken capillaries covered the astropath's face and throat with branching purple lines. "Master of the Watch," Cornelius said, bowing his head. His voice trembled once and steadied. "The enemy is transmitting through the dead." Gadriel, standing near Titus beneath the folded standard of the second company, turned sharply. "Explain." Cornelius pressed bloodied fingers against his temple. There is a pulse beneath the astropathic noise, repeating, structured. It strengthens whenever the casualty reports from Vordain rise. Titus regarded him in silence. Cornelius continued. "At first I believed it coincidence. It is not. The deaths are synchronized with fluctuations around Morvain Primus. Every major massacre produces a measurable response from the Blackstone structures." Veteran Sergeant Mataris stepped closer to the hololith. "A ritual." "More disciplined than that," Titus said. Cornelius gave a slow nod. "Yes, Lord Captain. Whatever they are doing, they are measuring the result." Titus magnified Morvain Primus until the corpse world dominated the strategium. Beneath the pictographic representation, sensor returns showed the immense subterranean structures identified by surviving Imperial survey records. The Noctilith crown had been considered dead architecture. The Black Legion disagreed. Titus watched casualty figures from Vordain rise in one corner of the display, while energy fluctuations around Morvain climbed in another. The correlation was imperfect, but undeniable. "The war is part of the mechanism," he said. Gadriel's expression hardened. "They are using the population as a sacrifice." "Not merely sacrifice." Titus enlarged the enemy fleet dispositions. "Every uprising, bombardment and massacre contributes to the same effect. The Black Legion is not simply conquering Vordain, it is operating it." Mataris understood first. "The planet is ammunition." Titus looked toward Cornelius. "Can the pulse be interrupted?" The astropath's ruined eyes bled more heavily. "Perhaps, but not from here. The signal is too entangled with the rift." Titus returned his attention to the hololith. "Then we sever the hands operating it." Fleet Commander Gaius Silva entered moments later carrying enough bad news to bury a system. The older mortal had command authority over the surviving Imperial void elements and possessed the exhausted look of a man who had not slept since the first distress call reached Ultramar. He expanded the tactical display with a gesture. Black Legion vessels had arranged themselves around the inner system in overlapping arcs, their larger cruisers holding behind moons and debris fields, while escorts prowled the likely reinforcement routes. "They have established torpedo corridors here and here," Silva said. Amber lines crossed the hololith. "Any fleet translating on the expected vectors will enter weapons range before it can form battle order. Their lance ships are holding far enough back that we cannot rush them without exposing our flanks. I can concentrate what remains of the defense fleet and attempt to break for Morvain. No, Titus said. Silver did not hide his surprise. Captain? That is what they expect. Titus indicated the dispersed Imperial convoy markers. Reform the surviving squadrons around convoy protection and long-range interdiction. Make them believe we are preserving the system rather than striking the crown. Force their escorts to move. Do not pursue anything that withdraws toward Morvain. Silver studied the projection, then nodded. You intend to attack their command links. I intend to learn which of their assets they cannot afford to abandon. The decisions began immediately. Hive Arxelion requested reinforcement against a Black Legion breakthrough and claimed 40 million citizens remained inside its lower districts. Titus denied the request and sent ammunition instead. Lakier's refinery cities reported almost 900 million civilians trapped beneath bombardment. Titus ordered the orbital docks evacuated before the population centers. A manufacturer moon demanded anti-orbital missiles or warned that its surface would fall within 6 hours. Titus redirected the missiles to Vordain because its defense lattice covered 3 approach vectors rather than 1. Every order killed people. Every order saved others. The numbers were too large for mortal instinct to comprehend, which made the discipline of command more important rather than less. Gadriel watched another distress rune fade from the hololith. Hive Arxelion will fall. Yes, Titus said. We could reinforce it. Yes. Gadriel's jaw tightened. And we do not. Titus finally looked at him. We cannot defend every wall, so we learn which wall the enemy cannot afford to lose. Matoras said nothing. The veteran had already seen where Titus was looking. The Ultramarines were too few to become a conventional army, and too valuable to be squandered pretending they were one. Titus divided them according to tasks mortal formations could not survive. Intercessor squads embarked for collapsing defensive lines, where their disciplined bolter fire could restore an entire sector. Sternguard veterans prepared for precision assaults against Black Legion command personnel. Hellblasters and Eradicators were assigned to formations facing demon engines and traitor Astartes armor. Blade Guard veterans remained aboard the Righteous Fury as Titus's close assault reserve, their storm shields and power swords intended for the moment when ranged warfare inevitably became murder at arm's reach. Terminators waited within the teleportarium beneath the ministrations of tech marines and chanting serfs. Redemptor dreadnoughts stood immobilized within launch cradles, while deck crews loaded ammunition into weapons larger than mortal men, their sarcophagi muttering fragments of old battle oaths through distorted vox emitters. Thunderhawks waited on launch decks beneath clouds of incense and fuel vapor. The company could not be everywhere. It did not need to be. It needed to appear wherever the enemy had built something ordinary men could not break. Titus chose the orbital relay above Vordain's southern hemisphere because every available report suggested it was nearly worthless. Its auger systems were damaged. Half its defense turrets had ceased responding. Loyal naval officers considered it expendable. That made the Black Legion's repeated attempts to approach it interesting. Titus ordered the remaining defenders to withdraw and instructed Silver to make the evacuation obvious. Imperial shuttles abandoned the relay. Its guns went silent. The Black Legion reacted within 12 minutes. First came mortal boarding craft, then a Dreadclaw carrying Havocs. Chosen followed aboard an armored assault boat rather than destroying the station from range. Titus watched their runes converge. There, Matoras said. Titus nodded. They need it intact. The Thunderhawks launched before the Black Legion had completed securing the outer decks. Ultramarine attack craft crossed the void beneath a screen of Navy fighters, while the Righteous Fury fired upon distant Chaos escorts to disguise their true objective. The lead Thunderhawk punched through the relay's defense perimeter and released Titus's force directly into a hangar already blackened by battle. Heavy bolter fire struck the Chosen guarding the inner doors before the Ultramarines had fully disembarked. Mass reactive shells burst against black ceramite.
One traitor staggered rather than fell, ancient armor shedding fragments as he returned fire. A Stern Guard veteran took a bolt through the pauldron, the detonation ripping armor and flesh away without penetrating the torso. He remained standing. Hellblaster plasma crossed the hangar a heartbeat later and struck the Black Legionary through the chest. His breastplate became incandescent. Ceramite softened, flesh carbonized beneath it, and the warrior collapsed, trailing smoke from the hole burned through both hearts. Titus advanced through the breach behind the blade guard, the relays internal.
Corridors were narrow enough that every encounter became immediate. Bolter muzzle flashes painted devotional murals with white light. The stink of propellant mixed with scorched flesh, hot metal, and the copper reek of blood. Imperial dead lay where the original garrison had made its last stand. The Black Legion had stripped ammunition from some of them and nailed others to the walls through their hands, less as torture than as contempt. Titus stepped around the corpses without slowing. "Second junction ahead," Matoris reported over the squad vox. "Enemy movement, Astartes signatures. Hold the left passage. Gadriel, with me." The Black Legionary came through the smoke, carrying a chainsword old enough that its casing bore the marks of repeated reforging. Titus met him before the traitor could build momentum. Their weapons struck tooth against tooth and screamed. The impact sent broken chain teeth spinning into the corridor. The traitor was powerful, his armor swollen at the joints where corruption had fused plate to flesh. He forced Titus back half a step. "Ultramar," the warrior spat through his helm grill, still polishing the corpse's throne. Titus answered by driving his helm into the traitor's faceplate. Ceramite cracked. The legionary reeled. Titus's bolt pistol came up beneath the damaged gorget and fired. The shell punched through the neck seal and detonated inside. Blood, vertebral fragments, and shredded throat tissue burst from the opposite side of the helm. Titus twisted free, brought his master-crafted chainsword across, and drove it into the traitor's chest. The weapon's teeth bit through armor, then ribs, then the dense organs beneath, its motor deepening in pitch as the blade dragged itself through the fused architecture of an Astartes torso. Titus tore it free in a spray of dark blood. A second chosen attacked from the right with a power axe. Titus saw the blow too late to evade completely. The weapon descended toward his head and struck blue-white radiance instead. His iron halo flared above him, its field becoming visible for a fraction of a heartbeat as the axe crashed against it. The impact hammered Titus sideways and filled his vision with warning runes. The Chosen tried to recover. Titus did not permit it. He stepped inside the weapon's arc, seized the traitor's wrist, and drove his chainsword beneath the arm. Teeth shrieked through the weaker plate of the joint. The limb came away in a burst of blood and shredded fiber bundles. The Chosen roared and struck Titus with his remaining fist, hard enough to fracture the wall behind him. Titus absorbed the blow, caught the traitor by the gorget, and rammed him into the bulkhead. Once, twice. On the third impact, the helm cracked. Titus fired through the fracture. The back of the Chosen's skull opened against the wall, coating the metal in fragments of brain, bone, and blackened ceramite. "Captain," Gadriel's voice was sharper than before. "You should see this." The chamber beyond had not been cleared by Ultramarines. Titus knew that before he crossed the threshold. 5 Black Legion Chosen lay dead across the deck. No bolt impacts marked the walls around them. No plasma scoring. No melter burns. One corpse had been divided diagonally from shoulder to pelvis. Armor and transhuman anatomy cut apart with such violence that the halves had fallen several meters from one another. Another lay face down with 4 deep parallel breaches through the backplate. The wounds continued through ribs, lungs, and hearts, leaving strips of meat hanging from the ruined armor. A third warrior had been decapitated, but there was no clean power weapon cauterization. The neck had been torn open. Matoris crouched beside the corpse without touching it. "Chain weapon," he said. "Not ours." Gadriel studied the ruined breastplate. Traitor against traitor? Titus shook his head. Chaos warriors killed one another readily enough, but this was not in fighting. The bodies had been neutralized with speed, not mutilated for pleasure. Whoever had done this had entered, killed veteran heretic Astartes, and departed before the Black Legion reinforcements arrived. "Any loyal chapter identifiers?" Titus asked. Mataris checked the auspex attached to his gauntlet. None. No transponder codes, no active heraldry beacons. Gadriel looked toward the corridor. Then who? Titus studied the 4 parallel wounds again. Astartes. You are certain? Yes. Titus rose. And they do not wish to be found. The relay's data core provided the confirmation Titus had wanted. Black Legion techno-sorcerers had linked the station into a sequence of signal relays, feeding Morvain Primus. The connection was fragmented, buried beneath corrupted Binharic and false command paths, but the intention was clear. The Crown required coordination across the entire theater. Titus transmitted the intelligence to the Righteous Fury and ordered the relay destroyed only after its machine spirit yielded everything useful. Then, Silver's voice reached him over the command channel. "Captain, you need to return to the Strategium." "Report." A pause followed. "We have unidentified vessels inside the debris field. Multiple hulls. Astartes displacement profiles." Gadriel turned toward Titus. "Reinforcements?" "No chapter has acknowledged our summons," Titus said. Silver continued. "They may have been there before we arrived." By the time Titus returned to the Righteous Fury, the grey ships were already moving. The Strategium hololith showed them as uncertain returns, slipping between wreckage and sensor shadows, with their emissions reduced to almost nothing. They had crossed close enough to the Black Legion perimeter that any conventional commander would have considered the maneuver suicidal. Chaos augurs had not reacted. Then, one of the grey vessels accelerated. Another followed. Imperial cogitators struggled to establish target solutions because the unknown fleet kept vanishing behind debris and reappearing where no sane Voidmaster would have chosen to navigate. Gadriel stood beneath the hololith, his expression hard. They have ignored 3 identification challenges. Silver glanced toward Titus. "Shall I mark them hostile?" Before Titus could answer, the communication servitor convulsed. A burst of encrypted vox spilled across the command channel, brutally short and carrying none of the formal authentication expected between servants of the Imperium. No greeting came, no chapter name, no oath to the Emperor, only a set of void coordinates and a time designation. The tactical hololith highlighted a Black Legion cruiser moving behind the shattered remains of an orbital dock. Silver stared at the display. The transmission states that vessel will cease to exist in 90 seconds. Gadriel's hand tightened around the edge of the Strategium table. "Who in Gilliman's name are they?" Titus watched the grey fleet alter course. For an instant, the lead vessel rolled enough for magnification to catch the suggestion of faded heraldry against its scarred hull. Something pale and predatory, almost erased by age and void damage. He had no time to identify it. At the designated coordinates, the Black Legion cruiser's void shields died. The darkness around it filled with attack craft, and the Carcharodons began to feed. The first Black Legion cruiser died without understanding that it had been attacked. The vessel had been turning toward the wreckage of Vordain's orbital docks when its auger arrays vanished in a succession of precise impacts, each strike delivered from beyond the arc its gunnery crews had been watching. Macro shells crippled the primary sensorium without penetrating the command citadel. A lance burned through the engine vanes and left the plasma drives bleeding incandescent matter into the void. Then the communications masts disappeared. No grand broadside followed. No Imperial captain challenged the traitor ship over open vox. The cruiser simply became blind, deaf, and unable to maneuver, while grey warships moved through the debris around it with the patience of predators circling wounded prey. On the strategium of the righteous fury, Titus watched the tactical representation change faster than Silver's bridge crew could annotate it. Enemy vessels lost propulsion. Escort squadrons trying to aid them found their augers blinded. Auspec's buoys went silent one after another. Then the first teleport signatures bloomed inside the crippled hull. Silver enlarged the returns. "They are boarding." Gadriel stood beside the hololithic table, studying the grey fleet's vectors. Without reducing the ship, Titus saw the logic. They do not want the hull destroyed. They want it unable to warn the others. Within the Black Legion cruiser, the lights died before the first Carcharodon materialized. Emergency lumens came alive in bloody red strips, but half the ship's internal pict feeds had already been severed. Legionaries who had spent centuries breaking Imperial vessels found themselves receiving contradictory commands from isolated command nodes. Vox channels failed in clusters. Bulkhead controls stopped responding. The mortal crew died first, although not always because the Carcharodons killed them. Panic drove ratings into sealed compartments. Others suffocated when life support was disabled to force the defenders toward specific corridors. Black Legion squads moved toward the reported breach points and found nothing but dead crewmen and open access hatches. Then warriors vanished from the rear of those formations. A legionary turned at the sound of ceramite scraping metal and found a grey armored figure close enough to touch. A chain blade entered beneath his pauldron, chewed through the joint, and ripped across the upper chest before his brothers could fire. By the time their bolters thundered, the attacker was gone into the maintenance dark. Another squad pursued shapes through a cargo deck and walked directly into overlapping fire from warriors who had never been where the shadows suggested. The Black Legion knew terror. They had manufactured it on thousands of worlds. What spread through their ship was not mortal fear, but something more offensive to them: uncertainty. Titus did not mistake effectiveness for cooperation. Two loyal Astartes forces were now operating within the same theater, while sharing almost nothing beyond enemy identification, and the consequences of that could become catastrophic faster than any temporary victory justified. The Carcharodons had ignored formal challenges, refused authentication requests, and provided no fleet dispositions beyond the single target they had destroyed. Their vessels moved through the war like submerged knives, emerging long enough to cripple or seize something, before vanishing again into wreckage and sensor distortion. "Open every available channel," Titus ordered. "Request parley under Astartes' seal." The communications serf glanced up. "Captain, they have refused 3 previous transmissions." "Send a 4th. Gadriel's irritation was less concealed. "And if they refuse that?" Titus watched another Black Legion escort disappear from the hololith. "Then I will determine whether they are merely difficult or actively obstructive." The answer came 11 minutes later. There was no invitation to the Nicor. There were only coordinates designating a captured Chaos cruiser drifting between the opposing fleets. Mataris read the location rune and gave a humorless grunt. "Neutral ground." Titus saw more than that. "Ground they already control." Gadriel's expression hardened. A refusal to acknowledge command. "Perhaps," Titus said, "or simply habit." They crossed by Thunderhawk with a deliberately small honor guard. Titus took Gadriel, Mataris, and 4 Blade Guard veterans, leaving the remainder aboard the Righteous Fury. The captured cruiser loomed ahead of them like a mutilated cathedral, its black armor scarred by fresh impacts and its engines dark. No docking beacon guided them. Their pilot was forced to approach an open launch bay marked only by a pulsing lumen visible through the fractured hull. Inside, Black Legion corpses lay in orderly ruin. Titus counted 12 before the Thunderhawk's ramp had fully lowered. Some bore bolt wounds. Others had been killed at arm's reach. One legionary had been pinned to the deck by a power blade, driven through breastplate, transhuman heart and spine. Another had lost both hands before something had split his helm from crown to jaw. The Carcharodons had removed their weapon from the corpse and left the dead where they fell. There were no trophies, no inscriptions, no ritual defilement, only termination. Grey armoured warriors waited beyond the wrecked launch gantry. Their plate bore old scars, exile markings, and faded chapter insignia, the pale shark motif visible beneath accumulated damage. None offered greeting. One merely turned and walked into the ship. Titus followed. The route to the parley chamber had been cleared with brutal economy. Mortal cultists lay in heaps, where stormbolter fire had caught them trying to barricade passages. The walls carried dark fans of blood and fragments of tissue driven into rivet seams. Black Legion.
Corpses were rarer and far more violently damaged. Titus saw one whose torso had been opened through the sternum and armor beneath, another whose helmet had been crushed inward until the faceplate touched the back of the skull. Gadriel surveyed the carnage without comment until they reached a blast door held open by the remains of a dead chosen. "Efficient," Matoras said. Gadriel looked at him. "That is one word. It is the relevant one." Titus heard both of them, but answered neither. Their escort stopped outside the former command nave. Inside waited the warrior who had summoned them. Tyberos did not need to move to dominate the chamber. Titus had fought beside dreadnoughts, crossed blades with traitor Astartes swollen by the warp, and stood before warriors whose armor had become monuments to 10,000 years of warfare. The figure waiting beneath the flickering command lumens still altered the proportions of the room simply by occupying it. He was extraordinarily large, even by the standards of the Adeptus Astartes, but not impossibly so, and the heavily modified tactical dreadnought plate enclosing him explained part of the impression. The armor was ancient, its original coloring worn toward the gray of old ash, its surfaces scarred, studied and repaired so many times that individual campaigns seemed embedded within the metal. What unsettled Titus was not size, it was stillness. Tyberos stood with the absolute lack of wasted movement found in predators that did not need to advertise readiness. Hunger and slake hung from his fists, relic weapons combining powered cutting surfaces and chain mechanisms into implements that looked less forged than engineered for industrial dismemberment. Several red brethren waited behind him. They were silent enough that the ship's damaged ventilation sounded loud. Titus stopped at the appropriate distance. Captain Demetrian Titus, 2nd Company, Ultramarines, Master of the Watch. Tyberos regarded him through the impassive lenses of his helm. Tyberos. Nothing followed. No chapter title. No acknowledgement of Titus's office. Gadriel's posture changed by a degree, enough that Titus noticed. The ancient opened his mouth, but Titus spoke first. "How long have you hunted them?" The pause before Tyberos answered might have been consideration, or simply the Carcharodon's natural rhythm. "Long enough." His voice was low, almost swallowed by the ship's damaged Vox pickups. Titus approached the tactical hololith between them. "Then you know more about their movements than we do." Tyberos activated the display with one massive gauntlet. Morvain, Vordain, and the surrounding moons appeared in fractured amber light. "Yes." The first point of disagreement appeared almost immediately. Tyberos highlighted a hive arcology on Vordain's eastern continental shelf. Its upper levels had been overrun, its defense forces reduced to isolated bastions, and its reactor districts contested by traitor formations. "They reinforce here," Tyberos said. "Chosen, legionaries, armor." Titus studied the deployment. "Because it controls transit into the equatorial war zone. Because they believe it protected." Tyberos expanded the reactor schematics. "It is not." Gadriel understood before Titus spoke. "You intend to destroy the reactors." Tyberos looked at him. "When the concentration is sufficient." Titus examined the casualty projections. Several 100 million civilians remained within the arcology, many trapped below the contested sectors. The lower hive is still inhabited. Yes. There are loyal defenders holding 6 internal bastions. Yes. Titus looked directly at the Shade Lord. Then collapsing the reactor network kills them with the enemy. Tyberos' answer was quiet. They are already dead. Gadriel's hand shifted toward his weapon. Mataris noticed and did nothing, trusting Titus to control the exchange. Titus's own voice remained level. No, they are surrounded. There is a difference. Tyberos did not react. Not when reinforcement costs more than their survival returns. Titus studied the Carcharodon for several seconds. The statement was not cruelty in the manner of the Black Legion. There was no pleasure in it, no desire to hear a city scream. Tyberos had simply removed the population from the calculation because he considered their deaths inevitable. That made him, in its own way, more disturbing than a sadist. Sadism was appetite. Appetite could distort judgment. Tyberos's brutality was arithmetic. Titus had condemned men himself. He had already allowed cities to fall in order to preserve stronger defensive positions. But a sacrifice had to purchase what no lesser cost could obtain. If we can force the Black Legion reinforcements to commit elsewhere, the reactors remain intact, and the arcology continues to resist. Tyberos's helm tilted by a fraction. Can you? Titus answered without hesitation. Yes. After a long moment, Tyberos deactivated the reactor overlay. Then do so. Titus realized that this was what negotiation with the Carcharodons would be. No appeals to mercy, no lectures on duty. Provide a better kill, and they would alter the hunt. He shifted the hololith toward the Black Legion fleet. Karzek Vul, tell me what you know. Tyberos answered without elaboration. He ran. Mataris leaned closer. From you? From many things. The display changed. Dead systems appeared beyond the recognized borders of Imperial cartography, stars designated only by corrupted survey codes and ancient Mechanicus numbers. We found his wake beyond the outer marches. 7 inhabited systems, 3 Imperial, 4 forgotten. Tyberos marked each in turn. No survivors. Titus examined the routes. They formed no conventional line of advance. Extermination? Extraction first, then extermination. What did he take? Navigational archives, astropaths, survey records, prisoners with inherited cartographic knowledge. Titus felt the shape of the enemy plan beginning to emerge. He was looking for Morvain. Tyberos did not answer, because no answer was required. The Carcharodons had recovered navigation cores from 3 crippled Black Legion vessels. Their records showed that Karzek's route toward the Morvain region predated the Imperial rediscovery of the Noctilith crown by years. Some coordinates were centuries older. Someone within the Black Legion had possessed knowledge of the installation before the Administratum, Mechanicus, or Ultramarine Command possessed anything beyond fragmentary survey records. Titus watched the war reorganize itself in his mind. The cult uprisings on Vordain, the void corridors forcing reinforcements toward specific approaches, the apparently vulnerable orbital relay that the Black Legion had rushed to preserve, the massacres tied to the Crown's psychic pulse. Each was not merely a local objective. Together they formed concentric layers intended to manipulate Imperial movement. They want us here, Titus said. Gadriel looked toward him. At Morvain? Not merely Morvain. Titus widened the tactical projection. Look at their fleet placement. They have not attempted to prevent reinforcement. They have shaped the routes by which reinforcement arrives. The surviving defense formations are being pressed inward. Every response corridor eventually converges around the crown. Mataris's expression darkened. A kill zone. Perhaps. Titus studied the Blackstone world. Or a concentration point. Tyberos's low voice came from across the hololith. Bait. Titus looked at him. For whom?
The captured cruiser answered before Tyberos could. Warning klaxons erupted throughout the chamber. The deck kicked beneath them as something struck the hull hard enough to wrench hanging chains from the ceiling. Red emergency lumens replaced the failing white illumination. Gadriel's hand went to his weapon. Mataris already had his bolter raised. A Carcharodon turned his helm toward the bulkhead a heartbeat before the second impact came. "Boarding torpedoes," he said. Another warrior looked upward as the air trembled with a pressure distortion that Titus knew too well. Teleportation. Black Legion Terminators materialized in the adjoining deck. Titus heard the arrival through the bulkhead, the concussive crack of displaced atmosphere, then the immediate roar of combi bolters. The first rounds punched through the door before the Loyalists reached it. One struck a Red Brother high in the shoulder and burst against Terminator plate, staggering him, but failing to penetrate. Titus drew his chainsword. Blade Guard, firing corridor. Mataris, right junction. Gadriel with me. The Ultramarines moved instantly. Storm shields locked into overlapping arcs, while bolters spoke over their shoulders. The Carcharodons did something completely different. 3 of them disappeared through a maintenance hatch before the Black Legion had fully breached the chamber. No command was given, no explanation offered. Titus understood anyway. They were not withdrawing. They were circling. The blast door came inward beneath a power fist. A Black Legion Terminator entered through the smoke and took disciplined ultramarine fire across his breastplate. Bolt rounds detonated against corrupted ceramite, blasting away strips of armor and exposing cabling beneath. He kept advancing. A second followed, then a third. Plasma struck the lead warrior from the side and burned through his pauldron, but the Terminator returned fire before dying, his combi bolter tearing a Blade Guard shield apart at the rim and punching fragments through the bearer's forearm. Titus closed the distance before the traitor could fire again. His chainsword struck the Terminator's weapon, knocking the barrel aside, while Gadriel's power sword stabbed into the damaged shoulder joint. The Black Legionary roared a curse and backhanded Gadriel into a bulkhead. Titus drove the chainsword beneath the traitor's gorget. The teeth bit, screamed, stalled against reinforcement, then caught again. The weapon chewed downward through throat, clavicle, and the upper chest, until dark blood flooded over Titus's gauntlets. The Black Legion pushed harder. These were not cultists or renegades fresh from betrayal. They were veterans in ancient tactical dreadnought armor, warriors who had fought through centuries of the Long War and expected to break lesser foes by sheer violence. One charged through storm bolter fire with a demon blade burning in his fist, black flame crawling across its edge. A Hellblaster shot struck his chest and turned part of the plate molten. He continued. A storm bolter stitched explosive impacts across his helm. One lens vanished. He continued. The champion struck a Blade Guard veteran hard enough to throw the warrior across the chamber, then raised the demon weapon toward Titus. Something enormous entered between them. Tyberos caught the descending blade in slake. The impact shook the deck. Warp flame burst around the joined weapons. For the first time, Titus saw the Shade Lord move with full intent, and the stillness that had defined him vanished into terrifying economy. Slake's powered mechanism engaged with a grinding roar. Chain teeth screamed against the demon blade, while the power field surrounding the relic weapon crawled over corrupted metal. The Black Legion champion attempted to wrench free. Tyberos stepped closer instead. Slake twisted. The demon blade broke near the hilt in a detonation of sparks and screaming warp fire. The champion had enough time to turn the shattered weapon before hunger struck. Tyberos drove the relic gauntlet into the Terminator's torso beneath the breastplate. Armor buckled inward. Then hunger's chain teeth engaged. The sound was deep and mechanical, closer to a manufacturer's saw biting through structural plating than any conventional weapon. The Black Legionary convulsed as the teeth dragged through ceramite, fused ribs and the organs beneath. Blood sprayed outward in pulsing sheets. Fragments of armor and bone struck the bulkhead hard enough to ring against the metal. Tyberos drove deeper, then tore the weapon sideways. The champion's breastplate opened like machinery ripped apart by an industrial cutter. Both hearts came apart inside the wound. Lung tissue, cables, clotting organs, and pieces of shattered rib were dragged outward in a red mechanical torrent that covered the floor around Tyberos's boots. The champion remained upright for a heartbeat, because Tyberos was holding most of his weight. Then the Shade Lord let him fall. The surviving Black Legionaries were already dying. Carcharodons emerged from the maintenance passages behind them without war cries, chain blades and power weapons striking into exposed backs, while the Ultramarines maintained the frontal firing line. The trap collapsed inward. Within moments, the adjoining corridor contained only the dead, the wounded, and the low mechanical growl of weapons winding down. Titus looked at Tyberos across the ruined chamber. The Shade Lord crouched beside the fallen champion and brushed gore from a strip of heraldry hanging beneath the shattered pauldron. The symbol beneath was old, deliberately preserved despite 10,000 years of war. Tyberos studied it for several seconds. When he spoke, his voice was almost lost beneath the hiss of failing life support. He knew we were coming. Titus did not attempt to command Tyberos again. The decision was not concession, nor respect in any sentimental sense, but recognition of the battlefield as it existed rather than as doctrine might prefer it to exist. The Carcharodon's Astra had spent too long beyond conventional imperial authority to be folded cleanly into another chapter's order of battle, and the Shade Lord had demonstrated no interest in pretending otherwise. Titus could waste hours demanding obedience that would never come, or he could account for Tyberos as he accounted for artillery, orbital fire, and the murderous geometry of the void, determine what the weapon wanted to do, then place targets where its nature became useful. On the strategium of the righteous fury, Morvain and Vordain rotated above the hololithic table, while a storm of tactical sigils multiplied across their surfaces. Titus marked 4 Black Legion assets in crimson, a command cruiser coordinating the eastern void cordon, a subterranean ritual node beneath Hive Seraphon, a teleportarium aboard the heavy cruiser Crown of Spite, an armory complex feeding traitor elite formations into the Vordain War. He transmitted nothing resembling orders to the Nikor. Instead, he sent Tyberos the locations, defensive estimates, and the names of the enemy commanders believed to be present. The Carcharodon response arrived after less than a minute. It contained no acknowledgement. One rune appeared beside the armory complex, then another beside the command cruiser. Mataris watched the marks appear and said, "He chooses his prey." Titus answered, "Then we decide what remains after he kills it." The war expanded in 3 dimensions until no single mortal mind could have held all of it without machine assistance. Imperial Navy squadrons formed armored corridors around mass transports carrying ammunition, food, promethium, and replacement troops toward Vordain, while Black Legion escorts stalked the convoy lanes from behind wrecked orbital platforms. Fighter wings fought between the shattered docks, turning vacuum into a maze of contrails, burning fuel and spinning debris. Boarding torpedoes crossed between capital ships, while macro batteries hurled shells large enough to demolish city blocks across distances measured in tens of thousands of kilometers. Below them, the war on Vordain spread across 3 continents. Ultramar Defense Auxilia infantry filled trench networks beneath skies made permanently black by smoke. Surviving Imperial Guard regiments advanced beside armor columns, whose lead vehicles burned before the rear ranks had even begun moving. Artillery parks stretched across dried industrial basins, their guns firing in sequence until entire sections of the horizon flashed with recoil. Every shell that landed erased men, fortifications, or machines from existence. Every failure to fire meant another enemy formation surviving long enough to kill Imperial troops elsewhere. Hundreds of millions were under arms across the theater, though only a fraction would ever see the enemy they were helping to kill. Men loaded shells into basilisks, whose targets lay beyond the curvature of ruined hive districts. Naval ratings fed torpedoes into launch tubes without knowing which traitor vessel their work might cripple. Servitors turned ammunition hoists until gears wore through their own flesh. The war consumed all of them without needing them to understand it. Karzek Vul understood it. That was what made him dangerous. The Black Legion did not answer Imperial strength with mindless escalation. Instead, false orders began appearing on loyal Vox networks, transmitted beneath stolen authentication codes taken from dead officers and captured command stations. Entire auxiliar battalions were ordered to reposition towards sectors already mined. Artillery regiments received coordinates for friendly formations, marked as traitors. A loyal armor brigade nearly opened fire upon an evacuation column before its commander noticed that the command cipher carried the correct seal, but the wrong devotional timestamp. Elsewhere, cult armies advanced in numbers so grotesque that Imperial observers assumed desperation. Tens of thousands ran screaming across open ground beneath icons of the dark gods, firing. Autoguns from the hip as massed lasfire carved through them. Mortar shells lifted bodies into the air. Heavy bolter rounds burst men apart at the waist. Earthshaker impacts threw limbs and organs across the mud in steaming arcs. The cultists kept coming because commissars behind the Imperial line interpreted movement as threat, and gunners continued exposing their positions in order to stop it. Titus watched the battle through streaming pict feeds until he saw what Karzek wanted. Cease the outer batteries. A mortal artillery liaison stared at him. Captain, the enemy advance is within 3 kilometers of the primary line. Cease them. The officer obeyed. Seconds later, Black Legion Havocs opened fire from behind the surviving cultist mass. Lascanon beams crossed the battlefield and struck the Imperial gun positions that had revealed themselves. One battery vanished beneath a sequence of detonations as ammunition stores cooked off. Titus watched the crimson targeting traces and said, "There." The cult attack was not an assault. It was ranging fire made from human bodies. The Black Legion had spent thousands of lives to identify the guns that mattered, and when the mortal wave breached the forward trenches, Titus ordered no reinforcement. Gadriel turned from the tactical display. "They are through the first line. I see it. The 7th Auxilia is collapsing. Let them." Gadriel's eyes narrowed. Titus enlarged the rear of the enemy penetration. The cultists had outrun their supporting armor. Traitor guard transports were funneling through 3 broken causeways to sustain the advance, and the Black Legionaries directing them had remained behind the mortal spearhead, where they believed themselves protected from Imperial observation. "The breakthrough is not the attack," Titus said. "The supply corridor is." Thunderhawks launched from concealed holding patterns before the Black Legion realized the trap had reversed. They crossed the smoke layer at low altitude, assault cannons and heavy bolters ripping through convoy columns, while ultramarine armor struck from the eastern flank. Repulsors smashed through ruined manufactoria beneath covering fire from Redemptor dreadnoughts. One ancient warrior in a Redemptor chassis strode through a storm of autocannon impacts and fired his macroplasma incinerator into a forge fiend at such close range that both machines disappeared inside a sphere of white heat. The demon engine emerged burning, its iron hide split open to reveal muscle and screaming faces beneath. Eradicators finished it with melter fire, beams reducing armor to liquid ruin and boiling the flesh inside until the thing collapsed, vomiting oily smoke. Intercessors seized the communications node behind the traitor advance and cut the false Vox network at its source. By the time the cultists reached the 2nd Imperial line, their ammunition carriers were burning, their officers were dead, and the havoc supporting them had been isolated. Titus ordered the artillery to resume. The surviving mortal horde ceased to exist beneath the first coordinated barrage. Tyberos fought a different war entirely. While armies murdered one another across Vordane's surface, the Red Wake and his Red Brethren translated directly into the Black Legion armory
beneath Hive Damaroth. The complex had been excavated under 700 meters of ferrocrete, adamantium, and the accumulated bones of earlier cities, its corridors wide enough to move battle tanks between subterranean magazines. The first warning the defenders received was the thunderclap of displaced air inside their own weapons vault. Carcharodon terminators appeared among racks of ammunition and chained demon engines with storm bolters already firing. The confined space became slaughter. Mass reactive rounds struck a black legionary in the abdomen and detonated through his lower torso, blasting chunks of fused organ and armor against a bunker wall. Another traitor raised a combi weapon, only for a Carcharodon chain fist to descend across his shoulder. The powered teeth bit through pauldron, clavicle, lung, and spine, continuing diagonally until the warrior opened from shoulder to hip in a torrent of blood and intestinal matter. No Carcharodon shouted. Their Vox carried clipped target designations and position changes, little more. Tyberos moved at their center like a fault line wearing armor. An aspiring champion stepped from behind an ammunition loader with a power maul in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other. He never completed the motion of raising either. Hunger struck first and removed the pistol arm above the elbow. Slake followed through the opposite shoulder and tore the other limb away in a burst of ceramite fragments, arterial spray, and severed cables. The champion had enough time to look down at what remained of himself before Tyberos closed one gauntlet around his helm and tore the head free with a section of spinal column trailing beneath it. The Black Legion armory commander did not continue feeding legionaries into that kill zone. He opened the lower containment gates instead. What came through had once possessed a machine classification, though little of the original design remained visible beneath the corruption fused into it. The demon engine moved on 4 armored limbs, each joint surrounded by bundles of wet red muscle growing through iron. Its forward hull opened along a seam that resembled a jaw, exposing rows of metal teeth behind which warp fire burned. It struck the nearest Red Brother before the Terminator could bring his weapon around. The blow drove him through a ferrocrete partition in an eruption of stone dust and broken reinforcement rods. The creature turned and seized another Carcharodon beneath one hooked limb. Ceramite screamed as the talon tore through the warrior's breastplate. Blood flooded from the breach, while warning runes flashed across the Terminator's helm. Tyberos advanced. The demon engine spat fire. The blast washed over his ancient plate and blackened one side of the armor, forcing him back a step. He came on again. Hunger struck the creature's forward leg joint. The chain teeth failed to penetrate on the first contact, shrieking against demon-forged armor, while the beast hammered one limb into Tyberos's shoulder and nearly threw him from his feet. 2 Red Brethren opened fire into the joint. Stormbolter shells burst against iron and exposed meat. Slake followed into the damage they created. Armor plates split. The limbs sagged. The machine lunged anyway and caught a Carcharodon by the waist, tearing open his side before Tyberos drove Hunger deeper into the crippled joint. The leg came apart. The demon engine crashed sideways hard enough to fracture the floor. Tyberos did not leap upon it. He walked. The creature dragged itself forward on 3 limbs, while mouths opened along its armor and screamed in languages that made mortal slaves nearby rupture blood vessels in their eyes. One Red Brother planted a boot against its damaged chassis and fired point blank into the exposed muscle, while another severed a rear limb with a chain fist. The machine still fought. It snapped at Tyberos with its iron maw and caught Slake between its teeth. The Shade Lord allowed it. He drove Hunger down through the upper housing. The first strike opened armor. The second exposed a core that was neither reactor nor organ, but something pulsing between both, wrapped in cables and translucent flesh. Slake tore free from the maw with half its teeth. Tyberos plunged both relic gauntlets into the opening. Their chain mechanisms engaged together. The core ruptured. Fire vomited from the demon engine's mouth. Oil sprayed across the chamber like arterial blood. Something pale and vaguely human pushed outward through the broken chassis, possessing too many hands,
and no complete face, before the nulling violence of physical death dragged it back into the metal. The machine convulsed once, twice, then collapsed beneath Tyberos, with its internal flames guttering into darkness. The Vox interruption came while Titus was watching the destruction of the enemy supply corridor. Every active command frequency filled with static, then resolved into a single voice. It possessed no distortion beyond the harsh resonance of an Astartes Vox grill. Demetre and Titus. Silence spread through the strategium. Silver glanced toward his communications crews, but no one attempted to cut the transmission. Restored son of Ultramar, captain once more, master of a watch whose walls you do not understand. Titus said nothing. The voice continued. And Tyberos, exile beneath a dead star, you mistake hunger for purpose. The name alone changed the atmosphere. The Black Legion knew who had entered the theater, not merely the chapters, the individuals. Karzek Vul, Titus said. A low sound came over the Vox, perhaps amusement. You have learned quickly enough. Then learn this. You are moving exactly where you were required to move. The transmission shifted, opening additional tactical channels until Tyberos' return signal appeared beside Titus's own. The Shade Lord did not greet Karzek. The Chaos Lord spoke to him anyway. How many worlds did you follow me across, Shark? How many bones did you nose through in the dark? Tyberos' answer was almost inaudible. Enough. A new coordinate flashed across the hololith. Karzek had transmitted it openly. The location lay beneath the western marches of Vordain, within a fortress complex, shielded by overlapping void arrays, and occupied by a concentration of Black Legion elite formations. Gadriel looked at Titus. A challenge. An invitation, Mataris corrected. Tyberos spoke over the channel. He has shown his throat. Titus studied the defensive pattern. Too obvious. Too dense. 3 known teleportariums covered the approach, while the surrounding traitor armor had withdrawn in ways that created clear corridors toward the fortress instead of away from it. Karzek wanted the Carcharodons there. Perhaps he wanted Titus as well. No, Titus said. Tyberos remained silent. Titus enlarged the fortress and the approaches around it. He has shown us where he wants the blade. Karzek's voice returned. Wisdom from Ultramar. How comforting. Bring it to me. Then the transmission died. The first astropath expired aboard the Righteous Fury before anyone understood the next phase had begun. Dynal Cornelius staggered against the strategium rail as blood ran fresh from his empty eye sockets. Across the system, captive psychers began dying in the same heartbeat. Some burned from within. Others convulsed until their spines snapped. On Morvain Primus, the first Blackstone pylon awakened. Its surface remained dark, yet every auspex looking toward it registered an impossible increase in energy. Then the second pylon answered, then the third. The Great Rift reacted. Vox messages arrived before the officers who sent them had spoken. A Navy cruiser reported seeing its own engine wake stretching ahead of its bow. Gunnery servitors calculated impact times for shells that had not yet been fired. On Vordain, soldiers watched dead comrades stand for a fraction of a second before vanishing again. Demons flickered into existence inside burning trenches, clawed hands reaching for mortal throats, only for the Blackstone field to crush their manifestations before they fully formed. One thing with the torso of a flayed man and the skull of something horned appeared inside an auxiliary command bunker, screamed in triumph, then screamed again for a different reason, as its body flattened inward and imploded into a smear of black blood and smoking teeth. Cornelius gripped the edge of the hololithic table hard enough for his fingernails to split. Captain, Titus stepped toward him. Report. It is changing direction. The astropath's voice came through clenched teeth. The field. It is suppressing and drawing at once. Can Cole control it? No. Cornelius's ruined face turned toward Morvain as if he could see through armor, bulkheads, and thousands of kilometers of void. But he believes he can survive what happens when he tries. The crown pulsed. For 11 seconds, every Imperial Vox channel in the Morvain system ceased to exist. No static, no interference, nothing. The strategium fell into a silence so complete, Titus could hear the cooling fans inside the nearest cogitator bank. The hololith froze. Ship icons vanished. Tactical feeds became black rectangles. Then sound returned all at once. Thousands of transmissions crashed across the network, many nothing more than screaming. Vordain's night side appeared upon the restored hololith. 1/3 of it had become a field of psychic catastrophe. Hive lights died by the million. Fires erupted in patterns too regular to be accidental. Entire districts reported mass hallucinations, spontaneous mutation, and populations tearing at one another beneath voices only they could hear. Beyond the world, Morvain Primus disappeared behind darkness. Not shadow, not the absence of light. A ring of absolute black had formed around the corpse planet, cutting across the violet wound of the Great Rift, as if something had drawn a blade through reality and opened the flesh. Beneath, stars vanished behind it. Auspec's beams entered and did not return. Along its inner edge, impossible lightning moved without illumination. Titus stared at the widening ring. The Black Legion had not built a fortress around Morvain. They had built a mouth. The Throne of Cinders revealed itself, only because Tyberos had already decided where it must be. The Black Legion Grand Cruiser had spent most of the battle screened behind the carcasses of lesser vessels and the broken orbital architecture surrounding Morvain, altering position whenever Imperial augurs began to establish reliable solutions. It carried no obvious command heraldry, and its hull was so scarred by millennia of war that identification cogitators returned 4 contradictory classifications before the Carcharodon serfs abandoned machine recognition and compared drive signatures instead. The pattern was enough. Every time the Noctilith crown changed resonance, the Throne of Cinders transmitted a burst toward Morvain Primus and received another from the warships guarding the inner approaches. Tyberos studied the returns upon the Nikor's command display, while mortal serfs stood in perfect silence below him. The vessel was not merely another gun platform. It possessed something Karzek Vul required. Destroying it would be simple. Recovering what it knew would not. Tyberos raised one gauntlet and indicated the cruiser. Take its sight, take its voice, leave its memory. No officer asked what he meant. Across the Nikor, weapon crews began feeding firing solutions into cogitators, while teleportarium chambers filled with incense, ozone, and the low chanting of armor serfs preparing the Red Brethren for translation. The Carcharodons did not announce the assault with a broadside. A spread of torpedoes crossed the debris field without active guidance until the final moments, waking only when they had entered the Grand Cruiser's defensive envelope. Black Legion point defense destroyed most of them, exactly as intended. Behind the detonations, Carcharodon attack craft closed against the confusion, while the Nikor fired 3 carefully spaced salvos. The first crippled external auger vanes. The second burned through vox masts and command relays. The third struck the drive housings without penetrating the plasma chambers, reducing the cruiser's maneuvering capacity while leaving its internal systems largely intact. Before the Black Legion could understand why the killing blow had not followed, teleport signatures erupted through the vessel. The first Carcharodon squads appeared inside secondary engineering spaces and immediately shot every lumen array in sight. Others seized atmosphere controls and opened selected compartments to vacuum. Emergency shutters slammed closed throughout the ship, isolating crews from one another. Vox channels dissolved beneath aggressive jamming, and corrupted echoes deliberately rebroadcast through the cruiser's own internal network. Orders arrived from commanders who had never spoken them. Deck numbers contradicted one another. Mortal ratings trying to reach armories found corridors depressurized ahead of them, and maintenance hatches open behind. Somewhere within the darkness, chain blades began to turn. The mortal crew heard the killing long before they saw it. A gunner running through a red-lit passage found the lower half of a shipmate lying beneath a wall shrine, intestines frozen to the deck, where atmosphere had escaped through the adjoining compartment. 3 more ratings crowded around him, trying to decide whether to turn back. The lumen strip above them went dark. Something heavy scraped along the service duct behind the wall. One man whispered the Emperor's name, despite the 8-pointed star carved into his own brow. The bulkhead grill came inward, with enough force to break his face. A grey gauntlet followed. The Carcharodon did not climb through like a man. He came through the narrow opening shoulder first, armor grinding sparks from the metal, and fired his bolter before his boots touched the deck. The first shell burst inside a chest and threw lungs across the wall. The second removed most of a head. The remaining crewmen fired wildly into smoke and darkness. Their lasbolts struck empty metal. By the time another lumen flickered alive, the grey warrior had vanished into the access shaft again. Black legionaries responded more effectively. They formed kill teams around junctions, sealed maintenance routes with melter charges, and used mortal crew as moving screens to expose ambushes. It slowed the Carcharodons. It did not stop them. Every defensive line was struck from a direction the defenders had believed physically inaccessible. Tyberos translated into the central magazine complex with the second Red Brethren wave. The displacement thunder rolled through chambers packed with bolt ammunition, macro cannon propellant, and chained munitions servitors. A Black Legion squad guarding the magazine turned as the red wake emerged from blue-white teleport glare. The first traitor raised his bolter. Hunger removed the arm at the elbow before he fired. Tyberos did not follow the strike with flourish or roar. Slake crossed the same warrior's torso and opened the breastplate from ribs to hip, the chain teeth dragging chunks of armor and organ meat outward, while the legionary collapsed. Another Black Legionary fired at point-blank range. The bolt struck Tyberos high in the shoulder and detonated against modified Terminator plate, forcing the Shadelord half a step sideways. He continued forward. His gauntlet closed over the traitor's helm. Tyberos drove him head first into the bulkhead. Ceramite cracked against adamantium. He did it again. The second impact collapsed the faceplate and drove bone fragments into the brain. The body slid down the wall, while Tyberos was already turning toward the next target. Behind him, the Red Brethren fired in disciplined pairs, stormbolter detonations throwing Black Legion bodies against ammunition racks hard enough to bend the frames. A Terminator emerged from the magazine vault, carrying a chain fist and combi bolter. Ancient cataphractii influenced plating swollen with brass and strips of corrupted flesh. He weathered the first stormbolter impacts and charged. Tyberos met him before the traitor could build momentum. The chain fist struck Slake and screamed across the relic weapon's power field, both mechanisms spitting sparks and broken teeth. The Black Legionary leaned into the bind and fired his combi bolter into Tyberos's chest. One shell burst harmlessly against the plate. The next chipped an old repair seam and drove fragments through an external armor layer. Tyberos answered with hunger, hammering the weapon into the Terminator's flank. The first contact did not penetrate. The second tore away an armor panel. The traitor tried to disengage, but Tyberos seized his gorget with Slake. The powered teeth began turning. Slowly, with a mechanical shriek audible even through the battle, they bit through the breastplate. The Terminator struck Tyberos twice with the chain fist, gouging deep trenches across one pauldron. Slake continued cutting. The armor split. Rib plate appeared beneath. Then meat. The Black Legionary's roar became a wet vox distortion as Tyberos pulled the weapon sideways and opened the torso sufficiently for both hearts to become visible for a fraction of a second before hunger crushed through them. Tyberos released the corpse and moved on without looking back. Outside the Grand Cruiser, Titus watched the trap begin to close around the Nikkor. The Black Legion had recognized the Carcharodon's commitment and moved 3 cruiser groups inward from different vectors, deliberately presenting the appearance of hesitation while their escorts widened to cut off withdrawal. Silver saw it and swore beneath his breath. "They are trying to envelop the Grey Fleet." Titus watched the geometry develop upon the hololith. "They believe the Carcharodons have overextended." "Have they?" "Yes." Silver looked at him. Titus continued, "Which is why Karzek will commit." He had already ordered the Imperial capital ships to hold fire unless directly engaged, and now the restraint became painful. Black Legion cruisers moved across weapon arcs that Navy captains begged permission to exploit. Titus denied them. The enemy formation tightened. A Grand Cruiser rolled to bring its lance batteries toward the Nikkor. 2 heavy escorts accelerated to seal the outer debris corridor. Only then did Titus speak. "Now!" The Imperial line erupted. Battleships that had appeared passive for nearly an hour opened fire together. Lance beams crossed the void like spears of concentrated daylight and struck the exposed Black Legion flanks. Void shields flared, collapsed, recovered, and collapsed again beneath successive impacts. Torpedo spreads launched from behind the Imperial formation and curved toward the enemy's new alignment. 1 Chaos cruiser attempted to turn broadside and took 3 torpedoes beneath its armor belt. The first detonation shattered plating. The second penetrated into crew decks. The third reached an internal magazine. The cruiser bulged visibly along its midsection before tearing open from within. Tens of thousands of crew were exposed to vacuum in a single instant, men and machinery streaming from the wound amid atmosphere and fire. The ship did not stop fighting. Secondary batteries continued firing from the intact stern, while the forward section lost power and began rotating away from the rest of the hull. Titus watched no triumph in it. Karzek had committed exactly as anticipated, but the Chaos Lord had prepared another answer. Dozens of cargo vessels accelerated from the Black Legion rear. At first, Silver's officers marked them as troop transports attempting to flee. Then their engine outputs climbed beyond safe tolerances. "Fire ships," Silver said. Titus magnified one return. The vessel carried hundreds of thousands of life signs. Loaded. Imperial batteries opened fire. Macro shells struck the leading transport and ruptured it from prow to drive section. The explosions scattered burning containers and bodies across kilometers of void. Another cargo ship detonated beneath lance fire, its holds packed not only with munitions, but cultists, mutants, and slave infantry crammed into decks without pressure armor. Hundreds of thousands died before seeing an Imperial ship. Their deaths were irrelevant to Karzek. The fireships existed to create an expanding wall of wreckage, plasma, and sensor interference. Through that wall came attack craft. Dreadclaws and corrupted assault boats emerged from the burning debris with demon engines chained beneath their hulls. "Point defense," Silver ordered. "All batteries." The Imperial formation vanished beneath its own gunfire. Void battle became an industrial apocalypse. Ships kilometers long passed close enough to exchange broadsides through the wreckage. Macro shells struck armor with enough force to throw crews from their feet several decks away. Lance impacts burned through compartments faster than blast shutters could descend, exposing thousands to vacuum. Men who survived decompression found themselves trapped behind sealed doors, while fire consumed the oxygen in adjoining passages. Others froze where atmosphere vanished, skin splitting beneath sudden pressure loss. Escape craft launched from wounded vessels and were destroyed by point defense servitors, incapable of distinguishing civilian silhouettes from incoming torpedoes during the confusion. One Imperial cruiser lost its bridge and continued fighting under the command of an engine seer operating from the reactorium. A Black Legion escort broke in half, its stern still firing, as the prow rotated slowly into an Imperial transport and crushed 3 habitation decks beneath its mass. Across the tactical display, casualty runes multiplied faster than the cogitators could update them. The first boarding torpedo struck the righteous fury beneath the devotional galleries. The second lodged in an armory access spine. Teleport warning runes appeared seconds later. Titus did not remain in the strategium. Mataurus, with me. Silver, you have the void. Silver gave a single nod and returned to the hololith. Titus descended through battle-ready corridors, while klaxons thundered and serfs ran ammunition toward defensive positions. The first Black Legion Terminators had already broken through by the time he reached the Hall of Victories, a long gallery lined with stone reliefs depicting campaigns fought by the sons of Guilliman. Ultramarine veterans had formed two firing ranks behind overturned devotional plinths. Storm bolters and plasma weapons hammered the approaching traitors. One Chaos Terminator lost half his helm to a plasma strike and continued walking with part of his skull exposed beneath molten ceramite. A second took repeated mass reactive detonations across the chest before a crack round penetrated and burst inside, blowing fragments of armor and organs across the feet of the warriors behind him. The Black Legion answered with combi weapons and power fists, advancing methodically beneath fire. Titus entered the fight when the range collapsed. A Chaos Terminator struck an Ultramarine veteran with a power fist and crushed the warrior against a marble relief, pulverizing stone, breastplate, and ribs together. Titus fired into the traitor's elbow joint, then drove his chainsword into the weakened armor as Mataurus shot another attacker through the eye lens. The corridor became too tight for formation. Bolters fired at distances measured in arm spans. A Black Legionary seized an Ultramarine by the gorget and fired into his abdomen until the armor ruptured and the body folded around the impacts. Another was beheaded by a power sword, the severed helm striking a shrine step and rolling through blood. Titus caught a descending axe against his chainsword and felt the weapon motors scream beneath the strain. He twisted, stepped inside the traitor's reach, and fired his bolt pistol into the exposed armpit seal. The shell detonated inside the torso. The Terminator staggered. Titus drove the chainsword through the gorget and kept pressure on the weapon until the teeth emerged from the back of the neck, carrying strips of spine. The fighting pushed into a captured boarding vessel, still embedded within the Righteous Fury's hull. And there, Titus found what Tyberos had already discovered aboard the Throne of Cinders. The Black Legion had converted entire ship sections into psychic capacitors. Prisoners stood welded into iron frames from deck to ceiling, thousands of them arranged in concentric galleries around machinery that pulsed with dull crimson light. Tubes fed water and nutrient slurry into their bodies to prevent death. Medici mechanisms stitched wounds closed only so new ones could be inflicted. Needles penetrated skulls. Hooks held eyelids open before picked screens displaying executions, demonic manifestations, and the destruction of their homes. Their terror was harvested through cables running from spinal columns into corrupted cogitator stacks. Some still prayed. Others had lost language and produced only hoarse animal sounds. Titus looked at the nearest banks, long enough to understand their purpose. Burn it. Mataurus did not ask whether survivors could be extracted. The systems were too deeply integrated, the prisoners too damaged, the boarding action too urgent. Ultramarines placed charges along the primary conduits and withdrew. The detonation destroyed the machinery and the people inside it together. Titus heard their screaming stop through two bulkheads. Aboard the Throne of Cinders, Tyberos reached another such chamber and did not pause even that long. The first Red Brother through the door fired his heavy flamer across the closest framework. Promethium rolled through the chamber in a roaring sheet. Prisoners burned beside the corrupted machinery that had consumed them. Some died instantly. Others screamed for several seconds before smoke and heat took their voices. The Carcharodons walked through the fire toward the bridge. Their objective remained ahead. The Grand Cruiser's final defenders waited at the command nave. Black Legion Terminators formed a wall before the sealed blast doors, supported by chosen firing from elevated galleries.
The Red Brethren hit them without war cries. Stormbolters hammered the galleries, while Terminators met Terminators in a collision of powered plate. Chain fists bit through armor. Power weapons flashed in the smoke. One Carcharodon lost an arm and continued firing with the other until a power fist crushed his helm. Tyberos drove through the center. Slake tore a Terminator's weapon away. Hunger opened the warrior from sternum to abdomen. Another traitor struck Tyberos from behind and drove him against the blast door. The Shade Lord turned, caught the attacker by the helm, and hurled him into a Red Brother's waiting chain fist. By the time the doors finally opened, the floor behind them was hidden beneath corpses and spent casings. Karzek Vul was not on the bridge. Tyberos stood among the dead, while Carcharodon serfs and tech marines seized the navigational core. The data was protected by layered corruption, but one route had been left almost insultingly accessible. Coordinates appeared upon the recovered display, mapping a maintenance passage through Morvain Primus and into the buried structures beneath the Noctilith crown. The information reached Titus aboard the Righteous Fury minutes later. He studied it once, then again. "Too clean," he said. Tyberos's low voice answered over the vox. "Yes. It is a trap. Yes." Titus waited for something.
More. None came. On the tactical hololith, the Nicor began turning toward Morvain Primus. Titus chose to spring the trap because there was no longer enough time to avoid it. The Noctilith crown had crossed whatever threshold separated ritual preparation from active catastrophe, and every new pulse from Morvain Primus twisted the surrounding void more violently than the last. Imperial chronometers disagreed by whole seconds. Gunnery solutions decayed between calculation and firing. Astropaths died at their stations or woke screaming words they had not yet heard. The safe strategy would have been to isolate the corpse world, destroy Black Legion support elements, and dismantle Karzek Vul's position by stages. But safety required time, and time had become another resource the enemy controlled. Titus stood over the hololithic projection aboard the Righteous Fury and watched the crown's energy signature climb toward a level Cornelius had described as terminally unstable. He no longer asked whether the coordinates recovered from the Throne of Cinders were a trap. They were. The relevant question was how much of Karzek's strength the Chaos Lord would commit to closing it. Tyberos would enter through the route the Black Legion had deliberately revealed. The Red Brethren would be seen. They would be isolated. Karzek, having spent years evading the Carcharodons, would understand exactly what kind of threat had entered his stronghold and would send his finest warriors to destroy it. Titus intended to make that instinct ruin him. "We do not evade the jaws," he told Gadriel and Mataris, while the tactical display split Morvain into assault zones. "We force them to bite down on the wrong prey." The war surrounding them had already grown beyond anything a single battlefield could contain. Across the Morvain theater, billions of human beings were now trapped inside the machinery of conquest, defense, revolt, and survival. Loyal regiments, planetary militia, ultramar defense, auxilia formations, traitor levies, cult hordes, indentured labor armies, naval crews, servitors and refugees, all moved beneath orders that reduced their lives to arrows on strategium displays. Vordain's western continent burned from coast to coast. Orbital bombardments had carved incandescent scars through mountain ranges and reduced manufacturing belts hundreds of kilometers long to molten ruins. Armored columns stretched so far across the ash plains that commanders at their heads received reports from formations still leaving deployment zones behind them. The sky remained dark at local noon, choked by smoke, industrial ash, and the descending wreckage of destroyed voidcraft. Fragments of cruisers fell through the atmosphere like meteors, striking cities and battle lines without allegiance. One wrecked escort had come down across a hive's outer districts and buried 8 million civilians beneath kilometers of burning armor. Its surviving lance battery continued firing after impact until the reactor beneath it failed. On another continent, Refugees moved in columns wider than roads, watched by circling attack craft, whose pilots had long since stopped distinguishing between civilian traffic and concealed troop movement unless positive identification could be obtained. The scale had become so obscene that casualty reports were measured by population blocks rather than names. Titus fed that scale back into the deception. The Imperial offensive on Vordain began 6 hours before the strike on Morvain Primus and was designed to look like desperation. Artillery regiments opened fire from 3 continental fronts, launching shell after shell until barrel jackets glowed dull red and crews worked bare-armed in heat that blistered their skin. Earthshaker guns fired until recoil systems ruptured. Medusa siege pieces pounded traitor bastions buried beneath ferrocrete and scrap iron. Lehman Russ formations advanced beneath the barrage in grinding ranks, battle cannons firing across churned ground, while infantry followed through mud composed of ash, chemical runoff, and what remained of armies destroyed during previous assaults. Boots sank into tissue that no longer resembled bodies. Men climbed over wrecked tanks, whose crews had cooked inside sealed hulls, and whose armor still radiated heat. The Black Legion's mortal forces answered with discipline that surprised no one who understood the long war. Traitor Guard artillery shifted fire by prearranged pattern. Mutant infantry moved through shell holes and drainage trenches, while demon engines advanced behind them, using the bodies of lesser troops as moving cover. Forge fiends tore into Imperial armor with incandescent volleys. A defiler climbed over a shattered basilica and fired its battle cannon into a troop concentration, turning several hundred men into airborne fragments in a single detonation. Imperial commanders requested Astartes reinforcement. Titus denied nearly all of them. The surface battle was not meant to be won. It was meant to be believed. Karzek believed enough of it. Enemy fleet traffic shifted toward Vordain. Reserve troop carriers began moving from Morvain's outer anchorage. 2 Black Legion strike cruisers broke station to support threatened surface nodes, and the Crown's orbital defense grid redistributed fire control to cover the apparent Imperial thrust. Titus watched each movement appear upon the hololith and waited until the pattern had committed itself. Then he gave the order. Thunderhawks launched from the Righteous Fury, and 3 accompanying strike cruisers beneath the cover of debris and electronic interference. Their engines burned hard toward Morvain Primus, while boarding craft followed in staggered waves. Imperial Navy vessels fired into the black ring surrounding the corpse world, not attempting to destroy the impossible phenomenon, but forcing defending ships to raise void shields and maneuver. The first Thunderhawks descended through auroral storms that crawled over their hulls like violet claws. Defense towers emerged from the ash below. Heavy bolters and lascannons opened fire before the Ultramarines were within conventional engagement range. Thunderhawk return fire annihilated the nearest towers, assault cannons chewing through gun housings, while wing-mounted missiles struck subterranean power feeds. Other craft did not descend at all. They drove directly into exposed docking spines and released boarding teams through shattered pressure seals. At the same moment, teleportation chambers aboard the Imperial fleet discharged their cargo. Titus materialized inside the outer galleries of the Noctilith Crown, beneath a storm of blue-white light and machine shrieks.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The sensation lasted less than a second, but the Blackstone made it feel wrong. Translation was normally violent only in its precision. Existence vanished, then returned. Here there was an instant when Titus believed he had arrived before leaving. His auto-senses flooded with contradictory range data. The floor beneath him registered as both 20 meters away and in direct contact with his boots. Then the teleport field collapsed, and reality asserted itself. Blackstone walls rose around the Ultramarines, impossibly smooth in places, and carved elsewhere by Black Legion machinery that had drilled conduits into the ancient structure. Gadriel arrived to Titus's left, beneath the torn standard of the Second Company.
Mataurus and the stern guard materialized behind him. Terminators formed the leading wedge, storm bolters already searching the darkness. "Primary lattice is 3 levels below," Titus said over Squad Vox. "Gadriel, take the eastern access and secure the relay chambers. Mataurus, western node. Break their communications and force local command to act blind. I take the center." Neither warrior answered with ceremony. "Understood," Gadriel said. Mataurus gave a single, "moving." The force divided and disappeared into blackstone passages, while battle erupted elsewhere across the station. Tyberos entered exactly where Karzek wanted him. The coordinates from the Throne of Cinders deposited the Shade Lord and the Red Brethren within a broad transit vault, whose dimensions had been suspiciously generous for a maintenance route. The teleport flare had barely faded when blast shutters descended from ceiling recesses thick enough to stop tank fire. A second set sealed behind the first. A third closed across side galleries. Carcharodon teleport homers screamed warnings and vanished from the Nikor's tracking net. Then concealed firing ports opened. Melter beams crossed the chamber. The first struck a Red Brother squarely through the breastplate. Ancient Terminator armor glowed white, blackened, then opened as the beam burned through ceramite, ribs, and both hearts. Half the warrior's torso ceased to exist in a burst of vaporized blood and armor vapor. He remained standing for an impossible second before collapsing. Another Carcharodon dragged the corpse behind a fallen section of Blackstone, not because the warrior could be saved, but because his progenoid glands could not be abandoned to the enemy. Black Legion Terminators emerged from hidden chambers before the body struck the floor. They advanced behind combi weapon fire, chain fists whining, while possessed descended from the walls above them. The creatures moved on warped limbs that ignored the architecture of Astartes' bodies, claws gouging Blackstone as they crawled upside down across the ceiling before dropping into the Red Brethren. The kill box had been designed for warriors in tactical dreadnought armor. That made it effective. Melterguns fired from protected apertures at ranges where Terminator plate offered only seconds of survival. Chain fists attacked joints already weakened by thermal damage. Power fists struck with enough force to fracture armor and the transhuman skeleton beneath it. A possessed landed on a Red Brother's back and drove a horned hand through the seam beneath his gorget. Blood flooded the warrior's grill as another Carcharodon tore the creature away and shot it repeatedly through the face. The demon host continued biting after the upper half of its skull had been destroyed. Tyberos moved through the center of the chamber without haste, because haste would have killed him. A melter beam crossed where his head had been a fraction of a second earlier and burned a trench through the wall. He used a shattered blast shutter as cover, advanced while the weapon cycled, then crossed the exposed ground before it could fire again. Hunger caught a Black Legion chain fist at the wrist and removed the arm. Slake struck the same warrior's helm from the opposite side. The helmet collapsed inward. Blood and grey matter burst through the grill. Tyberos stepped past the falling corpse and killed the havoc behind him before the heavy weapon could acquire another solution. Every kill cost time. That was the true weapon Karzek had built. The Black Legion did not need to defeat Tyberos immediately if they could force him to spend minutes, ammunition and warriors breaking every layer of the trap. A Terminator struck him across the chest with a power fist and drove him into a fractured buttress. Warning runes filled his vision. He came away from the impact with one armor plate cracked and internal stabilizers protesting. Hunger ripped the attacking fist from the elbow joint. Slake entered beneath the traitor's breastplate and chewed upward through rib mass. The Black Legionary fired a combi bolter into Tyberos at contact range. One shell detonated against the Shade Lord's gorget and filled half his vision with static. Tyberos continued cutting until the traitor's torso opened and organs spilled across his own forearms. He shoved the corpse aside. A possessed launched from the ceiling. He caught it by the throat in one gauntlet and drove it into the floor hard enough to split the skull.
The thing's limbs continued clawing at his armor. Hunger descended. The chain mechanism engaged against the spine. Blood atomized across the wall in a fine red mist. Tyberos did not roar. He did not curse. He looked toward the next firing aperture and moved. Titus heard fragments of that battle through failing tactical channels while advancing toward the central lattice. The Carcharodon signals were already degrading, but that was expected. What mattered was the response surrounding them. Enemy reinforcement runes vanished from Titus's front and appeared around Tyberos's ingress route. Karzek was concentrating. Titus saw the trapped Titan and knew the plan was working because his own corridors were defended by fewer heretic Astartes than expected. Mortal cultists and corrupted servitors met the Ultramarines instead, supported by small squads of legionaries rather than entire Terminator formations. The central assault moved faster. Intercessors cleared junctions with disciplined volleys, while Hellblasters burned through Blackstone barricades and enemy heavy weapon positions. One Chaos Marine held a passage long enough to kill 2 Ultramarines before Titus reached him. The traitor swung a power sword. Titus caught the wrist against his vambrace, broke the elbow backwards, and drove his chainsword through the abdomen. The blade screamed through armor and viscera. Titus tore it sideways, opening the legionary almost to the hip, then left the body twitching against the wall. "Advance," he ordered. The dead were already irrelevant. The price appeared 6 minutes from the objective. An Ultramar Defense Auxilia Regiment, designated the 18th Vordanian, had landed through a surface breach and seized a reactor interchange supporting the Imperial assault corridor. Black Legion counterattacks surrounded them before the Ultramarines could link with their position. Their colonel reached Titus over a channel filled with static, lasfire and screaming. "Master of the Watch, this is Colonel Varro Esh. Enemy armor on our northern approach. Traitor infantry inside the lower conduits. We require extraction or reinforcement." Titus looked at the tactical overlay. The regiment held the only junction keeping the western access route open. If they withdrew, Black Legion forces would flood into the corridor behind Mataris and sever the secondary assault. Reinforcing them required diverting 2 Thunderhawks and a squad of Eradicators from the main attack. That delay would expose the entire strike to the next Crown pulse. "Colonel," Titus said, "you will hold the interchange." Silence followed. "For how long?" Titus checked the projected movement. 6 minutes. Esh understood at once. His voice changed, not into fear, but into something heavier. "There are 43,000 effectives remaining." "I know." Another explosion swallowed the channel. When the colonel returned, men were shouting around him. "Then we hold." Titus said, "For Ultramar." Esh answered, "For him on Terra." The Vox cut to gunfire. The 18th Vordanian held for 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Titus heard enough of it to know how they died. Heavy bolters hammered through firing ports until ammunition ran out. Officers ordered bayonets fixed in reactor corridors, already filled with corpses. Traitor Guard pushed armor into the interchange and lost 3 tanks to demolition charges before the 4th crushed the barricade. Mutants flooded through maintenance ducts. A Black Legion squad entered from below and began killing command personnel methodically. Colonel Esh remained on the Vox until the 5th minute. Eastern barricade gone. 2nd Company dead. They are inside command. Then bolter fire sounded close enough to distort the transmission. Titus heard someone scream. Esh returned one final time. 6 minutes? 6 minutes, Titus said. The colonel laughed once without humor. Then make use of them. The channel became gunfire, static, and eventually nothing. Titus did not stop walking. 43,000 soldiers had purchased the corridor. To honor them was to spend what they had bought. Vedrus Cole changed the battlefield before Titus reached the primary lattice. The first warning was sensation. Sound became distant. His breathing seemed to vanish inside his own helm. The black stone walls darkened beyond visual explanation, absorbing not light, but presence. Cornelius's voice tried to reach him from the righteous fury, and collapsed into silence halfway through a word. At the same moment, reports from Tyberos' sector changed in the opposite direction. Carcharodon armor sensors registered temperature spikes without heat sources. Shadows detached from bodies. Dead black legionaries opened their mouths and spoke in voices belonging to things never born in real space. Cole had reversed portions of the crown's polarity and divided the station into alternating zones. Around Titus, blackstone suppression intensified until the immaterium felt impossibly distant, psychic communication strangled, and even the spiritual pressure of the Great Rift vanished. Around Tyberos, the opposite occurred. Warp energy flooded the kill box. Possessed swelled with new mutations. Armor surfaces softened into flesh. The dead moved because demons found them convenient. Then the field shifted again. Gadriel's voice broke through for half a second. "Captain, the station is changing." Mataris followed from another channel, distorted almost beyond recognition. Enemy movement everywhere. Titus stopped beside the lattice access and checked the Carcharodon tracking runes. One disappeared, then another, then 7 at once. The Nikor's relay tried to reacquire them. Nothing returned. Every teleport beacon belonging to the Red Brethren vanished from Imperial Auspex, as though the Carcharodons had ceased to exist.
Titus stared at the empty tactical display. A final transmission forced itself through the interference. Chain teeth roared somewhere in the dark. Bolters thundered. Something screamed in a voice too deep for a human throat. Beneath it all came Tyberos, quiet as ever. Deeper. Then the signal died. Tyberos had entered the Noctilith crown with enough Red Brethren to break a fortress. What remained around him could no longer be called a formation without generosity. 8 warriors answered his ident checks. 2 carried storm bolters with ammunition reserves below a quarter load. 1 had lost the use of his left arm after a power fist had crushed the shoulder assembly and driven fractured ceramite into the flesh beneath. Another dragged 1 leg because a melter strike had fused the knee actuator into a half-mobile ruin. The Red Brother carrying the recovered progenoid glands of their dead had sealed them inside an armored reliquary mag locked against his breastplate, the canister already scarred by shrapnel and blackened by heat. Tyberos himself had ceased receiving reliable telemetry from half the external sensors mounted across his ancient tactical dreadnought plate. Slake's drive motor registered intermittent resistance. Hunger's chain assembly remained functional, although fragments of Black Legion ceramite and pulverized bone had worked themselves deep between the housing teeth. None of those deficiencies altered the objective. The crown rearranged itself around them with the grinding sound of continental stone. Corridors narrowed after they passed. Black stone walls descended where no seam had existed moments earlier. Doorways opened into chambers the Carcharodons had already cleared, and then closed upon routes their helm displays insisted remained behind them. Their teleport homers had been swallowed by the null field. Their vox could reach no farther than a few hundred meters before dissolving into bursts of static and voices that did not belong to the living. Tyberos regarded the changing passage ahead, listened to the slow mechanical labor of his damaged armor, and continued deeper. Karzek Vul had stopped sending mortals. The distinction was obvious before the next enemy appeared. There were no cultist screams, no rushing slave levies, no autoguns discharged blindly into darkness. The Black Legion had understood the cost required to contain the Red Wake, and had begun paying with warriors who mattered. Suppressive fire came first. Bolter shells and autocannon rounds hammered the corridor from recessed firing points, not to kill Terminators outright, but to pin them against the blackstone buttresses while targeting augers adjusted. The Carcharodons returned fire only when they had identified weapon apertures. Ammunition mattered now. Stormbolters spoke in short, disciplined bursts, each volley aimed rather than poured into darkness. Then came melter fire. White beams cut through the passage and turned the edges of Blackstone incandescent. One caught Brother Malcor across the thigh. His armor vanished in a blossom of vapor, flesh beneath carbonizing, before his enhanced blood could even flood the wound. He dropped to one knee and kept firing. Possessed came next, exactly when the Red Brethren had shifted their shields toward the melter positions. They descended from maintenance shafts overhead, bodies distended by warp growths that had forced horn, claw, and muscle through old legionary plate. The first fell under Stormbolter fire. The second landed among the Carcharodons. The third screamed in two voices and tore open Malcor's already damaged leg before a chain fist cut through its abdomen. Only then did the Black Legion Terminators advance, timing their charge to coincide with the possessed assault, so that the Carcharodons had no clean firing interval before melee. Tyberos killed the first Terminator without accelerating. The traitor came at him behind a combi bolter barrage, chain fist raised. Hunger struck the weapon arm at the elbow and chewed through the joint before the Black Legionary could complete the swing. Slake followed into the breastplate. The first impact dented ancient ceramite. The second lodged the relic gauntlet's powered teeth beneath a decorative brass rib fixed across the chest. Tyberos pulled. Armor tore with a shriek. The Black Legionary fired point-blank into his shoulder, one shell exploding against the gorget and another gouging a crater into the upper breastplate. Tyberos did not release him. Slake continued grinding until the ceramite opened and transhuman ribs showed beneath it. Hunger drove through the exposed cavity. The Terminator's secondary heart burst first. Tyberos felt it rupture through the gauntlet before the chain teeth found the primary heart and shredded that too. The warrior sagged. Tyberos pushed him aside and stepped into the next attack. Across the corridor, a Red Brother caught a power fist against his forearm plate, lost the limb below the elbow, and drove his chain fist through the attacker's faceplate with the other hand. Another Carcharodon was knocked against the wall, hard enough to fracture his backpack housing. No one spoke, except to mark targets, ammunition state, and casualty condition. The Black Legion withdrew only when its attack ceased producing advantage. That discipline mattered more than any roar of hatred. The surviving Chosen and Terminators did not remain to die for pride. They pulled back behind closing shutters, while Havocs covered the retreat. Tyberos pursued only until the firing lanes narrowed. The enemy wanted him moving blindly. He did not oblige them. One wounded legionary failed to reach the closing barrier in time. Both legs ended above the knee, where a chain fist had passed through them. He dragged himself across the floor using one arm, the other attempting to pull a bolt pistol free from a ruined holster. Tyberos reached him before the weapon cleared leather. The traitor turned his helm upward. Perhaps he intended defiance. Perhaps he intended a curse. Tyberos gave him neither audience nor answer. One armored boot came down upon the breastplate. Ceramite flexed. The Black Legionary struck at the greave. Tyberos increased the pressure. The armor folded inward with a sequence of cracking pops as reinforced ribs fractured beneath it. The traitor's chest collapsed around both hearts. Blood surged from the helm grill in a thick sheet. Tyberos stepped off the corpse and continued forward. Behind him, no Red Brother commented. There had been nothing meaningful enough to discuss. Karzek's voice entered the corridor through a Vox grill embedded in the ceiling. Still crawling. Tyberos did not look up. The Chaos Lord's tone possessed none of the frothing madness common to lesser devotees. He sounded almost conversational, which made the intrusion more offensive. The great void predator reduced to sniffing passageways beneath a dead world. How many centuries have you called scavenging a crusade, Tyberos? The Carcharodons advanced beneath the sound. How many dead systems have you passed through because civilized mankind had no use for you? They cast you to the edge and called it duty. They gave you darkness and pretended it was honor. Tyberos remained silent. Karzek continued, moving his voice from grill to grill ahead of them. Do your brothers know why? Do your serfs? Do you? One Red Brother glanced fractionally toward the ceiling, and nothing more. Does the Red Wake know why his chapter has been condemned to darkness? The passage opened into a junction choked with corpses from an earlier engagement. Tyberos stepped over a dead chosen, whose face had been removed by bolter fire. Karzek asked again, "Do you know?" Tyberos finally answered, his voice quiet enough that even the damaged Vox almost lost it. "You speak too much." The next attack drew his blood. A Black Legion Terminator remained hidden behind a fallen buttress until Tyberos crossed the junction. The combi weapon discharged from less than 10 meters. Bolter rounds struck first, hammering the Shade Lord sideways. Then the attached melter fired. The beam missed his torso by a hand's breadth, but struck the already damaged shoulder plate, melting through an ancient repair seam and opening the armor beneath. Warning runes flooded Tyberos's vision. Heat cauterized part of the wound before blood forced itself through the breach. The Terminator charged behind the shot. Tyberos caught the chain fist against Slake, but the bind occupied him long enough for something else to drop from the ceiling. The possessed had once been an Astartes. Enough of the original armor remained to prove it. Warp-grown limbs unfolded from its back and hooked into the damaged section of Tyberos's plate. Claws entered the breach. They passed through fiber bundles, secondary armor layers and flesh before scraping against reinforced bone. Tyberos's suit registered penetration and muscle trauma simultaneously. His breathing became audible across the local Vox for the first time. He killed the Terminator first because it remained the greater threat. Hunger struck the warrior's knee. The chain teeth sheared through the joint and the Black Legionary collapsed sideways. Tyberos caught the descending chain fist, twisted until the limb broke at the elbow, then drove Slake into the helm. The faceplate crumpled inward and disappeared inside the skull. Only then did he reach for the possessed, still clawing into his shoulder. He seized one of its warp-swollen arms and pulled. The joint resisted with strength beyond natural Astartes musculature. Tyberos planted his weight, armor servos growling, and tore the limb from the socket. Black blood struck his breastplate. The creature screamed and drove another claw into the wound. Hunger entered beneath its jaw. The chain mechanism engaged. Teeth passed upward through tongue, palate, and brain. The top of the possessed skull burst apart, throwing horn fragments, grey matter, and warp ichor across the ceiling. Tyberos flung the body aside. Blood now ran down one side of his armor in thick lines, following grooves cut by older battles. Suit servos increased assistance to damaged muscle groups. His left arm responded a fraction slower than before. He moved anyway. Brother Uruhan died 2 chambers later and received no final words. The Black Legion had prepared another layered assault, this time built around a possessed champion whose body had swollen until its original power armor hung from it in separated plates. The creature hit the Carcharodon line hard enough to throw one Terminator from his feet and tore a second warrior open beneath the arm. Uruhan stepped into it with his power fist. The first strike broke the possessed's jaw. The thing responded by driving bone hooks through Uruhan's abdomen and lifting him from the floor. His armor alarms screamed over the squad channel. Uruhan locked his power fist around the creature's torso instead of attempting to free himself. "Charge," he said. A melter demolition device fixed to his belt, armed with a rising tone. The possessed understood too late. Tyberos was already moving past them when the device detonated. White heat filled the chamber. Both figures disappeared. The blast cooked demon flesh, Astartes' organs and armor, into a single expanding cloud of incandescent debris. Something struck Tyberos's backplate hard enough to stagger him. A fragment of Uruhan's pauldron bounced across the floor. His ident rune vanished from the tactical display. Tyberos paused for less than a heartbeat, marked the coordinates for gene seed recovery, if recovery later became possible, then continued. There was no prayer. The dead did not require reassurance. The crown began to lose agreement with itself. Tyberos passed through a narrow ascending corridor and emerged into the same junction he had left 11 minutes earlier, except the bodies were different. 3 Black Legionaries lay dead along the wall. He recognized the manner of death, because hunger and slake had made it, but he had not killed them yet. One lacked both arms, another had been opened through the abdomen, the third had a collapsed helm. The Red Brethren stopped. Their internal maps showed the chamber as being almost a kilometer away. Tyberos approached the nearest corpse. It was warm. Then the lumens flickered, and all three bodies disappeared. The wall behind them remained stained with blood that had not yet been spilled. A voice sounded inside Tyberos's helm, using a command frequency sealed since before several of the warriors around him had been implanted with gene seed. Shade Lord. The voice belonged to Brother Coral, dead more than 2 centuries. Tyberos knew the exact battle in which he had died. Port breach, 30 paces. Tyberos turned. There was no breach. The voice repeated, 30 paces. Another dead warrior joined it, then another. Ancient ident codes flashed across his retinal display and vanished. None of the Red Brethren reacted. Their own armor was lying to them in different voices. This was not ordinary warp saturation, nor was it pure nullification. The Noctilith crown was forcing incompatible states of reality against one another and holding them there until physical law began to fracture under the strain. In one chamber, Tyberos felt the warp press against his armor like deep water and watched shadows move independently of the warriors casting them. In the next, everything became spiritually empty. The background pressure vanished so completely that even the Carcharodon's armor spirits seemed subdued, Vox systems flattening into lifeless mechanical clicks. Then the cycle reversed. A severed Black Legion head turned its eyes toward Tyberos and spoke a sentence in his own voice. He crushed it beneath his boot before it finished. The station opened another passage where no passage had existed. Enemy fire came through. The Red Brethren answered. Reality had become another hostile environment, and like vacuum, radiation, or toxic atmosphere, it was something to cross rather than understand. Far from Tyberos, Titus refused to accept that the Carcharodons had simply disappeared. The tactical map available to him was now an insult to the concept of navigation. Corridors contradicted previous scans. Gravity wells shifted between levels. Auspex returns appeared inside solid Blackstone. Teleport beacon data ended abruptly around the zone, where the Crown's warp-saturated field had expanded, but power consumption did not. Titus stood within a captured relay chamber, while tech marines and serfs forced corrupted cogitators to yield whatever data remained. Gadriel's strike group had rejoined him with casualties. Mataurus had secured the western node, but reported heavy resistance moving away from his position rather than toward it. Titus watched that movement. Again, he said. A tech marine replayed enemy reinforcement traffic across the surviving station grid. Black Legion squads converged on sectors that Imperial Auspex marked empty. Ammunition lifts operated continuously toward supposedly abandoned levels. Power was being diverted to blast doors, teleport jammers, and defensive weapon networks surrounding a region in which no friendly beacon remained active. Gadriel understood. They are still fighting. Titus nodded. The null field is hiding them from us. It is not hiding them from Karzek. Mataurus's voice came through the Vox. Then Tyberos has done what we required. Their elite formations remain committed. Titus stared at the Crown's inner lattice. The rational continuation of the plan was obvious. Leave the Carcharodons inside the concentration they had created. Push toward Vedrus Cole, while the Black Legion spent Chosen, Possessed, and Terminators trying to finish the Red Wake. It was the decision Titus himself had built the assault around. It was also no longer the correct one. Enemy traffic showed Karzek's command elements drawing closer to the same sector. Whatever the Chaos Lord intended, he was gathering precisely the kind of force the Imperial assault would need destroyed before the Crown could be taken. No ultramarine detachment available to Titus could engage that concentration without sacrificing the objective force entirely. Tyberos could, if he remained alive. Titus turned from the map. "Prepare a teleport insertion." Gadriel looked at him. "Into that field?" "Yes. We have no reliable beacon. We have enemy power concentration and gravity mapping. That is not a teleport solution." Titus looked toward the cluster of Black Legion reinforcement runes. "It is enough of one." The teleportarium crew aboard the supporting strike cruiser protested only through technical warnings, not argument. The range was dangerously short, the Blackstone interference worse than any sane operator would accept, and the destination solution moved between calculations. Titus took Blade Guard veterans, Stern Guard, and Gadriel. Mataris would hold the captured relay and continue feeding updated enemy movement into the insertion solution. "You may translate inside a wall," the tech marine warned over the Vox. Titus locked his helm seals. "Then aim better." The teleport coils climbed in pitch. Reality became white. For one stretched instant, Titus felt his body exist in several places at once. His left arm was inside freezing darkness. His right boot stood upon a deck that had not yet been built. Something brushed against the outside of his mind and screamed when the Blackstone caught it. Warning icons multiplied across his vision until he could no longer distinguish armor telemetry from hallucination. Then the universe slammed together. Titus materialized on one knee amid steam and blood. A severed Black Legion. Arms struck the floor beside him. Another ultramarine appeared 2 meters away, armor shedding violet sparks. Gadriel translated half a second later, with the company banner clenched in one fist. The chamber around them resembled the interior of a slaughter engine. Black Legion dead covered the floor in layers. Some had been shot apart. Others had been cut open so violently that fragments of armor remained embedded in the walls. Blood steamed upon hot Blackstone. A possessed hung from a ruptured conduit, with its torso divided through the center. Carcharodon corpses lay among them, fewer but unmistakable, grey plate dark beneath accumulated gore. Ahead, something enormous moved through the smoke. Tyberos stood with hunger and slake lowered at his sides. His armor had been punctured in half a dozen places. One shoulder was split open and wet with his own blood. Grey ceramite had almost disappeared beneath the red of everyone he had killed. Behind him, the remaining Red Brethren turned weapons toward the teleport flare and lowered them only when their auto-senses identified ultramarine heraldry. Tyberos did not turn. His breathing rasped once through the Vox. "You are late." Chaos struck before the last flare of teleportation had left Titus's armor. The first incoming bolt round crossed the chamber, while violet sparks were still crawling from Gadriel's pauldron, and burst against a Blade Guard veteran's storm shield, with enough force to drive the warrior back through the blood beneath his boots. A second shell detonated against the Blackstone wall beside Titus, and filled the air with fragments sharp enough to scar ceramite. Then the possessed came through the smoke. They did not advance like legionaries. Their bodies had abandoned the proportions that had once made them Adeptus Astartes, armor plates spread apart by ropes of demon-swollen muscle and bone extrusions that hooked into the walls as they charged. Titus had no time to answer Tyberos's remark. "Shields forward, stern guard, rear arcs. Gadriel, hold the center." The Ultramarines locked into motion around him. Storm shields overlapped beneath combi bolter fire, while power swords rose behind them, blue-white fields illuminating helms and blood-slick armor. The surviving Red Brethren did not join the line. They moved outward instead, separating into the smoke and broken architecture, as if the Black Legion assault were an ocean current they intended to swim through rather than resist. Tyberos went with them. Titus watched the Shade Lord for half a heartbeat and understood that trying to impose a conventional formation upon the Carcharodons would destroy the advantage they represented. "Let them move," he ordered. "We hold the lanes they open." The distinction between the two commanders became visible immediately. Titus saw the chamber as intersecting fields of fire, approach corridors, ammunition state, and the position his warriors would need to occupy,
before the next enemy wave reached them. He marked a collapsing access tunnel and redirected 2 stern guard before Black Legion fire could exploit it. He ordered a blade guard pair 3 meters left when the Carcharodons abandoned an apparently exposed flank, because he understood that whatever had driven them away from it would soon emerge into the Ultramarines' firing arc. Tyberos saw none of that in any way Titus could perceive. The red wake simply identified whatever threatened the formation most and moved toward it. A Havoc team opened fire from an elevated gallery with weapons capable of tearing through Terminator plate. Tyberos climbed the broken wall beneath their fire instead of seeking cover, Slake biting into Blackstone to pull his weight upward, while mass reactive shells burst against his armor. A Red Brother suppressed the gallery for 3 heartbeats. Tyberos reached it on the 4th. The first Havoc lost his weapon arm. The second disappeared beneath Hunger's downward strike. The third attempted to retreat and died when Tyberos drove him backward through the gallery railing. The Shade Lord returned to the lower chamber before the corpse finished falling. The possessed hit the Ultramarine line hard enough to deform it. One creature came on all 4s, hind limbs inverted beneath armor that had split open along the spine. Its face had become a vertical mouth extending from forehead to throat. Bolter rounds entered the cavity and burst somewhere inside the skull.
Without stopping it, the thing struck Brother Varen's storm shield with both hands and tore the slab of adamantium aside so violently that the veteran's shoulder dislocated beneath his armor. A claw followed into Varen's breastplate. Ceramite split. The talons drove through transhuman ribs and opened the torso below the secondary heart. Blood flooded down the veteran's armor while the possessed tried to pull him apart. Titus crossed the distance before it succeeded. His bolt pistol fired into the creature's face once, twice, then again. Each shell detonated inside the head and scattered teeth, blackened brain tissue, and fragments of horn across the wall behind it. The possessed continued biting with half its skull missing. Titus seized Varen's gorget, dragged the veteran clear, and fired until the remaining cranial mass ceased to move. Another demon host crashed into the Red Brethren nearby and took a stormbolter burst through the side of the head. Half the skull vanished. It turned anyway, still fighting through an exposed column of corrupted brain. Tyberos caught the creature around the abdomen with Hunger. The chain mechanism engaged. Armor, pelvis, and organs disappeared into the relic gauntlet's teeth. He pulled in opposite directions with both arms. The possessed came apart through the middle in a flood of black blood and coils of intestine that writhed briefly after leaving the body. "Advance by the center," Titus ordered. The immediate chamber had become untenable. Black Legion reinforcements were moving behind the possessed, and the Crown's changing architecture was narrowing the rear route. Gadriel raised the torn standard of the Second Company and pushed forward beside the Blade Guard. The Ultramarines moved as a disciplined wedge, storm shields taking the first impacts, while Stern Guard fired through the gaps. The Carcharodons became a second attack, hidden inside the first. They appeared on one flank, disappeared into maintenance shadows, and struck again from another direction. Black Legion warriors attempting to engage the Ultramarine formation found themselves attacked from behind by grey armored figures who seemed less concerned with holding territory than with destroying whatever believed itself safe. A Chosen lunged at Titus from behind a collapsed buttress, chainsword revving as the traitor struck for the captain's neck. Titus met the blade with his own. Teeth screamed against teeth. The Chosen pressed harder, armor swollen by old mutations, and Titus allowed the bind to deepen until the traitor committed both hands to it. The warrior's helm tilted forward, perhaps in triumph. Titus released his left hand from his chainsword, drew his bolt pistol beneath the locked weapons, and fired directly into the abdominal plate. The shell punched through a damaged seam and detonated inside. The Chosen convulsed as both lower organs and armor fragments burst outward behind him. Titus wrenched his chainsword free and drove it upward through the opened abdomen. The teeth climbed through rib mass, one heart and sternum before emerging beneath the gorget. He tore the weapon clear through the throat and let the corpse fold around its own ruined torso. The deeper they went, the less the Noctilith crown resembled a station, and the more it felt like anatomy. Passageways curved where Imperial construction would have used straight lines. Vast blackstone ribs rose from the walls and met above chambers whose scale had no obvious purpose. Every surface seemed to drink the light projected by their armor lumens. The enemy had built crude additions into the ancient structure: gantries, ammunition lifts, vox relays, and iron walkways bolted into a material they did not understand. Titus saw how desperately the Black Legion had tried to domesticate the place, and how completely it had failed. The Crown endured their machinery as an animal might endure parasites. Ahead, an adamantium blast gate sealed the only corridor leading toward the trapped Carcharodon signals Mataris had finally managed to reacquire from the relay node. The gate was too thick for portable breaching charges, and the surrounding blackstone made teleportation unreliable. Titus began assessing alternate routes through the wall. Tyberos did not. The Shade Lord simply approached the gate. Slake struck the locking assembly with a shower of sparks. The powered teeth screamed across adamantium and failed to penetrate on the first pass. Tyberos repositioned the relic gauntlet and drove Hunger into the seam beside it. Both weapons engaged together. The sound became immense, chain mechanisms grinding against metal thick enough to resist voidship weapons. The gate did not shatter. It resisted. That resistance made the act more violent. Tyberos leaned his entire weight into the mechanisms while the Red Brethren formed around him. Black Legion fire came down the corridor and burst across their plate. One Carcharodon took a bolter detonation through a damaged shoulder and remained standing long enough to return fire before dropping to one knee. Gadriel moved to reinforce the defensive line, but Mataris's voice came across the Vox from the newly restored insertion channel. "Do not fill their gaps." A second teleport flare discharged behind the Ultramarines, and Mataris materialized with 6 Stern Guard, armor scorched from the translation. He raised his weapon before the energy had fully dissipated. They do not leave gaps by accident. Gadriel looked toward the Carcharodons. 2 had apparently abandoned the right approach. A heartbeat later, a Black Legion squad surged into the space they had vacated and found itself exposed simultaneously to Ultramarine fire from the front and Carcharodon fire from an upper access route. The traitors disappeared beneath converging mass reactive detonations. Gadriel understood. Predation lanes. Mataris gave a curt nod. Use them. The Ultramarines adjusted. They stopped attempting to maintain a continuous textbook line around warriors who refused to fight as one. Instead, Titus let the Carcharodons distort the battlefield and placed disciplined fire wherever that distortion forced the enemy to appear. When a Red Brother disappeared into a side passage, Titus did not close the opening. He shifted Hellblaster fire toward the junction beyond it. Seconds later, a group of Chosen emerged there under pressure from the Carcharodon and were burned down by plasma before they understood that they had been herded. When Tyberos abandoned the gate for an instant to kill a Terminator approaching from the left, Gadriel moved the Blade Guard not to cover the Shade Lord, but to seal the corridor behind his prey. The Black Legion Terminator found himself trapped between a wall of storm shields and the Red Wake. Slake struck the traitor's chain fist aside. Hunger entered through the upper torso and mangled the warrior beneath the breastplate. Tyberos returned to the gate without comment. A minute later, the locking mechanism finally tore free. Adamantium buckled inward with a tortured metallic groan. The gate sagged. Red Brethren planted armored hands against it. Tyberos drove both relic gauntlets into the ruined seam and forced the slab aside far enough for Terminators to pass. Not miraculous strength. Sustained destruction applied without hesitation until machinery failed. What waited beyond explained why Karzek had committed so much to the trap. The passage opened into a defense complex, filled with the dead. Black Legion bodies formed barricades where they had fallen, stacked waist-high in some places. Carcharodons had used them as cover. Several surviving Red Brethren remained sealed within the chamber behind improvised firing positions of corpses, broken weapon racks, and chunks of blackstone. Their ammunition counters flashed near exhaustion. One warrior's storm bolter had run completely dry, and he fought with a combat blade driven through the eye lens of a Black Legionary, still twitching at his feet. Another had lost half his helm and part of the face beneath it, yet continued firing a captured bolter with his remaining hand. Around them lay chosen, terminators, possessed, and corrupted servitors in numbers disproportionate to the defenders who had killed them. Titus counted enough veteran heretic Astartes to cripple the elite strength of several warbands. Karzek had spent them here because he had understood that Tyberos could not be left alive behind his lines. Fewer than 100 loyal Astartes had forced the Black Legion to concentrate warriors, whose combined experience measured in tens of thousands of years. "Shade Lord," one trapped Carcharodon said, as Tyberos entered. No relief entered the voice, no celebration. Tyberos inclined his helm once. "Count." The warrior answered with surviving numbers, ammunition state, and recovered gene seed. Nothing more. Titus listened and saw again the difference between their chapters. The Ultramarines recorded sacrifice through honor rolls, banners, remembrance, and duty. The Carcharodons reduced survival to what could continue the hunt. Both methods preserved purpose. Neither made the dead less dead. Karzek's reinforcement traffic was now withdrawing toward the deeper command sanctums. Titus watched the movement through the fragmentary Auspex feed Mataris had restored. Tyberos watched it too. "Vul," the Shade Lord said. One word, and Titus understood the direction of his intention. The crown remains the objective. Tyberos turned his helm toward him. Vul commands the crown. No, Cole does. Titus expanded the tactical overlay between them. Karzek commands the war around it. The sorcerer controls the mechanism. Tyberos stared at the enemy movements. "Kill the head." Titus answered, "There are two." The Carcharodon said nothing. Titus continued, "If you come with me, Karzek withdraws, while Cole completes the activation. If I pursue Karzek, we leave the crown untouched. We divide." Gadriel looked between the two commanders. Mataris remained silent. Tyberos's blood-streaked armor made him look carved from the aftermath of a massacre. "You want the witch," he said. "I want the device destroyed. The witch is part of it. Then I will kill him. You kill Vul." There was no argument after that, because there was nothing left to argue. Titus had ceased trying to redirect Tyberos away from the hunt. Tyberos had ceased treating Titus's strategic restraint as obstruction. The partnership worked only when each man was used for the thing he was most suited to become. Titus would move toward the control nexus, coordinate surviving Imperial forces, identify the Crown's critical systems, and destroy Vedrus Cole before the ritual reached completion. Tyberos would descend into the Black Legion's command sanctum and do what he had been trying to do since before the Ultramarines entered Morvain. Find Karzek Vul. Kill him. Remove the mind directing the outer war. They reached the junction, where the paths separated 20 minutes later. It was cathedral-sized, a chamber so vast that the upper vault disappeared into darkness beyond their armor lumens. Blackstone pillars rose like the trunks of dead trees, each wider than a land raider and covered in veins of faintly glowing energy. One passage descended beneath the planet toward the Black Legion command sanctums. Another climbed toward the Crown's central lattice and the psychic machinery surrounding Cole. The combined force stopped only long enough to divide ammunition and identify the wounded who could still advance. Mataris joined Titus. Gadriel remained beside him with the company banner. The Red Brethren gathered around Tyberos in silence. Titus looked at the Shade Lord. "Kill him." Tyberos answered, "Yes." Nothing else was required. The Carcharodons descended. The Ultramarines turned toward the crown. Then the universe opened. Every lumen in the cathedral chamber extinguished at once. The veins within the blackstone pillars flared with light darker than shadow. Titus's auto-senses failed, recovered, and filled with impossible information. The righteous fury reached him through a vox channel, distorted by screams of static. Silver was shouting for confirmation from the fleet's augur masters. Cornelius's voice cut through beneath him, strained almost beyond recognition. "Captain, the corridor is expanding." Titus looked upward, though there was nothing to see through kilometers of stone. His retinal display filled with tactical data from Imperial ships surrounding Morvain Primus. The black ring around the planet widened. Auspec's beams penetrated farther than they had before. For several seconds, something answered from the other side. Mass signatures appeared beyond the Great Rift. Not ships counted by dozens, not Karzek's expedition. Thousands of returns flooded the Imperial augurs, layered behind one another at distances the cogitators could not reliably measure. Capital ship displacements, escort swarms, something larger. Then the crown convulsed, and the readings vanished. Titus stared at the empty display. Karzek had never needed Morvain simply to destroy Vordain. Cole had never been opening a weapon. The Noctilith crown was a door. The way to the control chamber did not remain the same length twice. Titus knew the distance from the last junction because his armor had measured it before the crown began to deform local reality. Yet the figure crawling across his retinal display changed whenever he looked away. 312 meters became 280, then 409, then no distance at all, only a warning rune indicating that the destination occupied the same spatial coordinate as the corridor in which he stood. The blackstone around the Ultramarines absorbed the light from their helm lumens without reflection. It absorbed sound as well. The grinding of ceramite boots against the floor became dull and remote, as if every warrior marched behind layers of burial stone. Titus could see Gadriel less than 5 meters away and lose his vox signal completely. Mataris would speak beside him, and the words would arrive through squad comms several seconds late, distorted by static and voices whispering beneath them. Temperature warnings alternated between extremes so rapidly that the armor's environmental systems stopped attempting to compensate. Frost formed across Titus's breastplate and cracked away moments later beneath furnace heat. Black Legion blood frozen upon the floor became liquid, boiled, then froze again in the span of a few breaths. The Immaterium pressed against the crown from one side, while the ancient Blackstone denied it from the other, and the corridor between those forces had become a place where reality was not breaking cleanly, but being ground down. "Formation interval," Titus said. His voice sounded normal inside his helm. Gadriel's answer came from behind him, even though the ancient stood ahead. 2 meters. Mataris's reply arrived through a burst of shrieking feedback. "Visual contact only. Vox is dead beyond 6. Titus raised one gauntlet, and the squad halted. There were 11 Ultramarines left in the immediate force, including Gadriel and Mataris. Several bore damage severe enough that apothecaries would have withdrawn them under any sane conditions. No apothecaries remained close enough to matter. One Sternguard veteran had lost the external armor of his left forearm, exposing fiber bundles beneath scorched ceramite. Another carried a storm shield taken from a dead blade guard because his own breastplate had been split by a power axe. Gadriel's banner was torn along its lower edge and stained with blood from 3 different warriors. Titus checked ammunition tallies. They were low, but not yet desperate. "No speculative fire," he said. "Visual confirmation before every shot. The crown is lying to our auspex." Mataris lifted his bolter. "It has been lying to more than that." He pointed toward the wall.
An ultramarine stood there. For half a heartbeat, Titus recognized the heraldry of the second company. Then he recognized the face within the open helm and knew the warrior had been dead for centuries. The apparition stared back at them through skin blackened by fire. "Captain," it said. The voice came through Titus's own internal vox, rather than through the corridor. Gadriel raised his weapon. Titus caught the ancient's wrist before he fired. Nothing there. Gadriel's gaze remained fixed on the dead warrior. "I see him." "So do I." The apparition smiled. Its teeth were burned down to black roots. "You left us." Titus stepped forward. The image disappeared when his shoulder passed through it. The black stone behind remained unmarked. "Move." The corridor opened without warning into a chamber so vast that their lumens could not find the opposite wall. Iron scaffolds climbed in concentric rings around a central black stone column, wider than a cathedral nave. At first, Titus mistook the shapes hanging from the scaffolds for votive offerings. Then one of them moved. Thousands of human beings had been incorporated into the machinery. Astropaths hung from cables by restraint harnesses driven into their ribs and pelvises. Sanctioned psychers were fixed upright within brass frames, their shaven skulls circled by electrode crowns. Navigators were suspended inside transparent cylinders filled with cloudy preservative fluid, their third eyes forced open by metal hooks. Some bodies had been flensed across the scalp. Sections of skull had been removed so cortical needles could enter exposed brain tissue directly. Others had augmetic probes driven through the ears, nostrils, and spinal column. Intravenous lines fed nutrient.
Slurry, stimulants and coagulants into veins in order to keep them alive through procedures that should have killed them hours before. The machinery pulsed around them like a second circulatory system. Iron conduits carried blood where power cables should have run. Vox emitters hung before mouths that had screamed themselves raw. Several prisoners noticed the ultramarines and began convulsing against their restraints. Most did not. Their minds were somewhere else. Mataurus looked upward. "Emperor, preserve us." Titus heard no awe in it, only disgust. Gadriel stepped toward the nearest frame, power sword raised as if he could simply cut the prisoner free. Titus stopped him. "No." The ancient looked back. "They are alive, and wired into the crown. We do not know what severing them does." Gadriel stared at the astropath hanging before him. The man's blind eyes rolled beneath lids stitched half open with copper wire. His lips moved. No sound emerged. Then every prisoner in the chamber spoke at once. "Demetrian Titus." The words arrived out of rhythm. 1,000 mouths formed the name fractions of a second apart, some whispering, some sobbing, some screaming, some speaking in voices that belonged to children, old men, or things with no human cadence at all. Titus turned toward the central blackstone column. The prisoners continued. "You have come farther than expected." A navigator hanging 10 meters above them began laughing while blood ran from the forced open eye in his forehead. The sons of Ultramar always believed there is a center to every war, a point to seize, a throat to cut, a machine to silence. The voice belonged to Vedras Cole, even when spoken through hundreds of broken throats. "There is no machine, Captain. There is only correspondence." Titus advanced. "You built a corridor." The prisoners smiled in uneven succession. "Blackstone cannot create what I require. It can shape, it can deny, it can constrain. The immaterium is not a river to be diverted by masonry. It is thought, hatred, memory, appetite. A wound requires edges before it can remain open." The circular machinery brightened. Titus felt pressure build behind his eyes. "So you gave it edges," he said. "Suffering gave it direction." The chamber changed around him. For an instant, every prisoner vanished, replaced by points of red light suspended in darkness. They formed a vast, three-dimensional constellation corresponding to death sites across the Morvain theatre. Vordain glowed brightest. Hive massacres, naval losses, Astropathic deaths, cult executions, every slaughter had become a coordinate. The war was calibration, Cole said through voices now surrounding Titus from every direction. Each terror response corrected the next vector. Every battlefield narrowed the path. Every dying mind pushed against the veil from this side, while the crown prevented the breach from collapsing beneath its own turbulence. Titus's vision blurred. Pain struck him without warning, not like a weapon entering flesh, but like something forcing itself through memory. Graia appeared around him. The Blackstone Cathedral became a manufactorum deck beneath a green sky. Orcs screamed somewhere beyond a wall. He smelled oil, hot metal, and the copper stink of blood. A voice accused him of contamination. Another called him traitor. Then the image changed. Chains around his wrists, interrogation lamps, blank stone cells, years stripped of name and rank until only accusation remained. He saw the black plate of the Death Watch, heard oaths spoken beneath the gaze of warriors who would never call him brother without qualification. A black shield turned toward him wearing his own face. You survived because you were already theirs. Titus staggered. Blood ran warm beneath his nose. His armor reported sudden cardiovascular stress and neurological interference. He did not dismiss the warnings. Whatever shielded him from the worst of the warp was not immunity. Pain lanced through his skull hard enough to weaken his knees. He tasted blood. Something ruptured inside one ear and filled it with warmth. Gadriel shouted his name from somewhere impossibly far away. Titus looked at his chainsword. Weight, familiar. Bolt pistol, 8 rounds. Gadriel, 3 meters to the left. Mataurus, 5 meters behind. Objective, Central Control Nexus. Distance, perhaps 60 meters. He breathed once. The manufactorum vanished. Cole's laughter came through the prisoners. Still standing. Titus wiped blood from his mouth with the back of one gauntlet. Still talking. The sorcerer answered with violence. Warp force crossed the chamber without visible origin and struck Brother Helion. The Sternguard veteran lifted from the floor as if seized by invisible hands. His arms jerked outward. Armor servos screamed against impossible pressure. Titus heard the first shoulder joint tear inside the plate. Helion fired his bolter one-handed into the darkness. Then his right arm came away at the shoulder. Blood erupted from the breach. The opposite limb followed. His torso stretched until the spine separated with a sequence of wet cracks. The breastplate split. Helion came apart in 3 major sections, organs and cables hanging between them for a heartbeat, before the warp force hurled the remains against separate walls. "Contact!" Mataurus shouted. Shapes descended through the hanging prisoners. Demons, half manifest and constantly deforming under Blackstone suppression, dropped from the iron rings. One possessed too many limbs to count. Another had a face like an open wound surrounded by teeth. Sternguard fire erupted. Brother Castor fired 3 bolts into the nearest creature. The rounds entered its chest and disappeared. Half a second later, they emerged from empty air behind him. The first shell struck his backpack. The second penetrated beneath the left shoulder. The third detonated inside his torso. Castor pitched forward as the back of his armor burst outward in a spray of bone fragments, shredded lung, and broken ceramite. He managed one confused sound before collapsing. "Controlled fire," Titus ordered. "Do not engage anything without physical displacement." A demon lunged from the left. Gadriel met it with his power sword. The blade passed through one limb without resistance, then struck solid flesh beneath the shoulder. The creature screamed. Titus fired into the point Gadriel's weapon had proven real. 2 bolt rounds exploded through its torso. The demon recoiled into the scaffolding, and the Blackstone field caught it. Its body compressed inward violently. Skin ruptured. Horns folded through the skull. It imploded into a sphere of black gore that struck the hanging prisoners around it. Warp flame raced across the chamber next. Gadriel turned to shield a wounded Sternguard. The edge of the 2nd Company banner caught fire. Blue cloth blackened and curled, while the gold embroidery ran molten across the ancient's gauntlet. Gadriel extinguished it against the floor, leaving half the lower field burned away. Mataras fired past him, and a force impact caught the veteran sergeant across the chest. He flew backward into an iron support. His breastplate cracked. One leg twisted beneath him at an angle the armor was not designed to allow. Titus reached him. "Can you stand?" Mataras tried once. The damaged leg servo screamed. "Yes." "That was not what I asked." Mataras looked at the limb. "Then no." Titus hauled him upright by the gorget and pushed him against the support. "You can shoot." "That I can do." The chamber pulsed. Every prisoner arched simultaneously. Blood erupted from hundreds of mouths. Then Cornelius screamed inside Titus's head. The astropathic contact came without vox, without signal, and without mercy. Titus felt Danel Cornelius seize the edge of his consciousness from somewhere aboard the Imperial fleet. The astropath was dying, or near enough that the distinction had become irrelevant. "Captain." The word arrived accompanied by the sensation of skin splitting across Titus's own face. "The pulse. I found the interval." Titus braced one hand against the blackstone wall. "Give it." Cornelius showed him rather than explained. The crown cycled between amplification and suppression in a repeating pattern. Warp resonance rose. Blackstone denial followed. Between them existed an interval so brief no mortal reflex could exploit it unaided, a fraction of a heartbeat when both forces crossed equilibrium. For that instant, the machinery was neither feeding the corridor nor holding it stable. A weakness. Titus memorized the rhythm. Cornelius gasped across the psychic link. "It repeats." "How long?" "Enough." The connection ruptured. Titus felt something tear loose from his mind and staggered again. When his vision cleared, he understood the second truth carried inside the pattern. There was no shutdown sequence left. Cole had bound the crown too deeply into the rift. Disabling one pylon at a time would not close the passage predictably. It might collapse. It might remain open without restraint. It might tear wider. The crown had to die all at once. Morvain Primus would die with it. Titus opened the command channel. Static answered first, then fragments of Silver's voice. "Titus, receiving. Fleet command. Mark priority extermination order. Morvain Primus is condemned." Silence. Silver returned. "Confirm." "Confirmed. Begin complete withdrawal from the gravity well. All Imperial formations are to evacuate by any available route. Maximum extraction window." "How long?" Titus looked at the pulse cycle. 20 minutes if the crown remains stable. Less if it does not. There were thousands of loyal soldiers still on Morvain. Carcharodons remained somewhere below him. Imperial boarding teams fought across orbital stations. Men who had obeyed his orders would not reach transports before the deadline. Titus did not reconsider. "Execute." Gadriel looked at him once and understood. No argument came. "Demolition charges," Titus ordered. "Every primary support around the Nexus. Couple detonation to the null interval." The surviving Ultramarines moved. Charges came from packs and armor clamps. Melter devices were fixed to Blackstone interfaces. Cracked demolition blocks went onto corrupted power conduits. Gadriel limped from point to point, with the ruined banner still fixed to his armor, while Mataras, unable to walk properly, covered the approaches from his position beside the support column. The prisoners began screaming again, not Cole's voice, their own. The control chamber doors opened at the far end of the cathedral. A single figure walked through. Vedras Cole was taller than the prisoners hanging around him, only because his armor had ceased to obey the dimensions of mortal manufacture. Black Legion plate showed beneath robes burned into the ceramite. Horned growths curved from the backpack. Warp flame crawled along his pauldrons without consuming them, changing color wherever the Blackstone field intensified. In one hand, he carried a force staff, whose head contained a fragment of something that looked like night made solid. His helm was bare. The face beneath was old,
scarred and smiling, the eyes lit from within by empiric fire. The blast doors closed behind him. Cole looked at the charges being fixed around his life's work, and then at Titus. "You still misunderstand, Captain." Titus raised his chainsword. "The corridor has already remained open long enough." Tyberos reached Karzek Vul's sanctum through a corridor lined with the trophies of dead worlds. The Black Legion had nailed banners into the black stone walls, where the ancient material refused every attempt at drilling, fixing them instead to iron frames driven into the surrounding imperial additions. Some had once borne the Aquila, others displayed regimental honors, planetary crests, mechanicus sigils, chapter markings, and devotional script burned almost beyond recognition. Beneath several hung the skulls of governors and admirals, with brass plaques naming worlds Titus had never heard of, because nothing remained there to remember them. The ebon reaving had passed through those places and reduced history to trophies. At the end of the corridor, a blast gate stood open. Tyberos walked through it with the surviving Red Brethren and entered a chamber built for command rather than worship, though chaos had made the distinction meaningless. Tactical hololiths floated over a black iron dais. Chains descended from the ceiling, bearing the mutilated standards of conquered armies. Blood moved through narrow drainage channels, cut around the floor, and vanished beneath the throne platform. Karzek waited in front of that throne, rather than upon it. His corrupted Terminator armor had been repaired since the beginning of the Morvain campaign, black ceramite layered over older scars and strengthened by brass plates carved with oaths to the long war. A demon weapon rested in both hands. Its blade seemed forged from dark metal until it moved, when faces appeared beneath the surface and vanished again, as if drowning inside it. Around the Chaos Lord stood the last of his personal guard, warriors in tactical dreadnought armor, whose heraldry had survived centuries because they had killed everyone who might have taken it from them. Karzek looked across the chamber at Tyberos's damaged armor, at the blood coating his left side, at the dwindled number of Red Brethren behind him, and smiled. "At last," he said. Tyberos gave no answer. Karzek's smile narrowed. He had expected exhaustion to resemble weakness. The Terminators collided before either lord moved. Storm bolters fired at ranges where accuracy became irrelevant, and armor became the only meaningful distinction between survival and dismemberment. A Carcharodon round struck a Black Legion warrior beneath the chin and detonated through the lower skull, but the traitor remained upright long enough to fire his own weapon into the attacker's abdomen. 2 mass reactive shells burst against grey plate. A third penetrated an old breach and exploded inside, throwing strips of intestine and ceramite from the warrior's back. The Red Brother dropped his bolter, caught the Black Legionary by the gorget, and drove a chain fist into his flank as he died. Powered teeth passed through armor, ribs and both lungs before severing the spine. They collapsed together. Elsewhere, a Black Legion power fist struck a Carcharodon squarely in the breastplate. The impact folded ancient ceramite inward and crushed the transhuman ribcage beneath it. Blood erupted through the grey warrior's vox grill. He fired his stormbolter from the floor until another fist descended upon his helm and drove the skull into the deck. The Red Brethren answered without shouts or battle cries. Chain fists opened black armor. Power blades entered armpit seals and throat joints. Storm bolter detonations hurled strips of flesh across torn banners. Within moments, the sanctum floor disappeared beneath spent casings, severed limbs and fragments of plate. Blood ran into the drainage channels faster than they could carry it away. Karzek stepped forward through the slaughter and struck for Tyberos's wounded side. He did not test the Shade Lord's guard or waste strength against undamaged armor. The demon blade came low beneath hunger and rose toward the old melter breach in Tyberos's shoulder. Tyberos turned enough that the weapon failed to enter the existing wound, but the edge still cut through outer plating and bit deep into the armor beneath.
Warp fire spread across the impact. Warning runes flared across Tyberos' vision. He answered with Slake. Karzek withdrew before the chain teeth could reach his torso, rotated the demon weapon, and cut toward the damaged shoulder again. Tyberos caught the blow upon hunger this time, the relic gauntlet's power field snarling against the blade. Faces beneath the demon weapon's surface opened their mouths. The sound that followed did not enter the chamber through air. It formed inside the armor systems of every warrior nearby. One red brother staggered. A Black Legion Terminator laughed as if hearing an old companion. Tyberos tightened his grip. Hunger's teeth engaged against the trapped blade, but Karzek twisted free and drove a plated knee into the Carcharodon's abdomen. Tyberos moved backward one step. Karzek pursued immediately. "You bleed like anything else," the Chaos Lord said. His weapon struck Tyberos' left pauldron again. The plate split. This time the blade reached flesh. It carved down from shoulder toward the ribs and opened armor, muscle, and secondary plating in one descending wound. Blood struck the floor in a broad sheet. Tyberos' suit servos compensated before his body could. His left arm lost a fraction of speed. His breathing rasped across the local channel. Karzek saw it and pressed the attack, not because he was enraged, but because he was good. Every strike returned to the damaged side. Every feint forced Tyberos to protect the injury and surrender another angle. The red wake blocked with hunger, turned Slake inward, missed Karzek's gorget by less than a hand's breadth, and took a second impact across the ribs. The demon blade scraped through the outer armor and left a glowing trench behind. Karzek laughed once. There, that is the truth beneath the myth. Tyberos did not become angry. That disturbed Karzek more than resistance would have. The Shade Lord changed the rhythm. He stopped contesting every strike. When Karzek cut toward the wound again, Tyberos gave ground farther than before and let the Chaos Lord commit. Hunger came up beneath the demon blade rather than against its edge. The relic gauntlet caught Karzek's weapon arm at the wrist. Slake struck the opposite shoulder. Chain teeth screamed across reinforced Terminator plate and tore away an entire section of the guard. Brass, ceramite, and corrupted flesh burst outward together. Karzek twisted from the follow-up before Slake could enter the joint, but the damage changed his balance. Tyberos stepped into him. The duel ceased resembling swordsmanship and became the deliberate collision of two transhuman war engines. Karzek's plate groaned beneath Tyberos' weight. Hunger struck the breastplate and failed to penetrate. Slake tore across the damaged shoulder and opened a second layer. Karzek smashed the pommel of his demon weapon into Tyberos' helm hard enough to fracture one external sensor, and then drove his elbow into the wound he had already made. Tyberos released him, not from pain, but because remaining in the clinch no longer offered advantage. At the Crown's control nexus, Vedras Cole raised his force staff, and the cathedral ceased pretending that it obeyed physical law. Warp lightning did not travel from the weapon in a single clean discharge. It erupted through the hanging bodies of the prisoners, leaping from nervous systems and iron cables in branching storms that crossed the chamber from impossible directions. Titus saw the first strike coming and turned his shoulder toward it. His iron halo flared with hard blue radiance. The psychic bolt hit the field and burst around him, scorching the black stone floor. His armor warning runes multiplied. A second discharge struck before the halo fully recovered. The field flickered. Titus felt heat penetrate the breastplate. A third hit him directly. He was thrown across the chamber and struck an iron support hard enough to deform it. Smoke rolled from his armor. The chainsword remained in his hand. Cole advanced through the hanging choir. "You survived the warp because you never understood what touched you." Titus forced himself upright. "You explain too much for a man who believes he has won." The sorcerer's face twisted. Warp fire crawled from his eyes and across the horned growths rising behind his head. "I explain because there is nothing left for you to change." He drove the staff into the floor. The prisoners screamed. Psychic force rippled through the chamber and overturned iron scaffolds weighing several tons. Gadriel was knocked from his feet. Mataris, still firing from beside the support pillar, disappeared behind collapsing cabling. Titus's iron halo reignited and immediately dimmed again under the pressure. He felt blood run from both ears. The world doubled. Cole became three figures advancing along separate trajectories. Titus ignored all three. He listened for the pulse. Daniel Cornelius had given him the interval. Warp amplification rose first, pressing against the mind like increasing pressure beneath deep water. Then Blackstone suppression answered, cold and spiritually empty. Between them came a moment so brief, a mortal nervous system might never consciously perceive it. Titus counted the sequence by sensation. Pain, emptiness, pain, emptiness. Cole raised his staff. Titus did not move. Gadriel shouted his name. The sorcerer released another blast. Titus waited. The crown shifted. For a fraction of a heartbeat, the warp did not answer Cole at all. The lightning died halfway into existence. Titus ran. The distance between them vanished beneath enhanced muscle and armor servos. Cole's eyes widened. He tried to reverse the force staff and use it as a physical weapon. Titus struck the haft aside with his chainsword and drove his shoulder into the sorcerer's chest. They collided with enough force to break one of the iron frames beside them. A captured astropath fell from the machinery still attached to cables and hit the floor screaming. Cole drove the butt of the staff into Titus's side. The force field surrounding it activated at contact. Ceramite fractured. Pain exploded through Titus's ribs. He struck back with the chainsword, but Cole twisted, and the teeth only caught the flank of his armor. They bit anyway. The weapon screamed as it ground through black plate and the meat beneath. Dark blood sprayed across Titus's gauntlet. Cole laughed through clenched teeth. Not enough. The sorcerer seized Titus by the gorget and drove warp-charged fingers toward his face. Titus caught the wrist. Cole's other hand tightened around the staff and rammed its head into Titus's damaged breastplate. The iron halo flashed, failed, and went dark. The force impact cracked another armor plate and sent a warning through Titus's auto-senses indicating internal injury. Titus pushed closer instead of retreating. The chainsword remained lodged in Cole's side. He opened the throttle. The teeth went deeper. Corrupted organs caught in the mechanism and came apart. Cole's laughter became a roar. Something inside his abdomen that was not part of normal Astartes anatomy ruptured around the blade and sprayed black fluid that smoked against Titus's armor. The sorcerer clawed at Titus's helm, tore one exterior plate loose, and forced talons beneath the edge. Titus released his chainsword with one hand. He drew his bolt pistol. Cole saw it. Too late. Titus drove the muzzle beneath the damaged gorget and fired. The first shell entered the neck. The second penetrated the skull from below. The explosion remained trapped inside the sorcerer's helm for less than an instant before pressure tore it apart. Bone fragments and brain matter erupted through the eye sockets, mouth and broken armor seal. One horn snapped free and struck the control altar behind them. The rear of Cole's skull opened in a wet burst that painted the Blackstone with fragments of teeth, grey matter, and corrupted tissue. His body convulsed around the chainsword. Titus tore the blade free and let the sorcerer fall. Across the crown, Karzek felt something change. The demon blade in his hand screamed. Tyberos heard it too. The Chaos Lord stepped back, understanding that one half of the Morvain design had just died. "Your blue brother has killed the witch," he said. Tyberos gave no response. Karzek's mouth twisted. "Do you imagine that makes you different from us? Look at yourself." He gestured with the demon blade toward the dead surrounding them. Only 3 red brethren remained standing. 2 Black Legion Terminators still fought them near the throne platform. The rest of the sanctum was meat and broken plate. "The Imperium sends you into darkness because it knows what you are. Your chapter is feared by the people you claim to defend. You descend upon human worlds like famine. You take what you require. You butcher resistance. You leave bones behind and call it service. Tell me, Shark, what distinguishes you from the creatures you hunt? Tyberos regarded him. For once, the pause did not end in silence. There is one. Karzek smiled. What? You are prey. Karzek attacked. The demon blade came for the damaged shoulder again, but this time the strike was a feint. He reversed at the final moment and drove the weapon toward Tyberos's abdomen. The red wake blocked late. Hunger deflected part of the blow. Not enough. The demon blade entered through a split between ancient armor plates and drove deep into Tyberos's side. Warning runes turned crimson. Blood flooded beneath his cuirass. Karzek pushed with both hands, trying to force the blade farther into the transhuman organs behind the plate. Tyberos did not retreat. Hunger closed around Karzek's weapon arm. The Chaos Lord realized what was happening and tried to pull free. Tyberos held him there, allowing the demon blade to remain inside his own body. Slake moved. The relic gauntlet struck Karzek's opposite arm above the elbow. Chain teeth engaged against Terminator plate. Karzek roared and tried to wrench away. Slake cut deeper. Ceramite split. Muscle bundles snapped. Bone fragmented inside the mechanism. Tyberos tore outward. The arm came off. Karzek stumbled, blood pumping from the ruined shoulder. The demon weapon remained trapped in Tyberos because Hunger still held the severed weapon arm at the wrist. Tyberos released it. Karzek had one heartbeat to understand. Hunger struck his chest. The first impact drove him backward against the throne dais. The relic gauntlet's teeth found purchase upon the breastplate. They began to turn. Karzek punched Tyberos repeatedly with his remaining stump and tried to twist free. Hunger chewed through bronze trim and black ceramite. Slake joined from the opposite side. Both mechanisms screamed. The Chaos Lord's breastplate opened a fraction at a time. Blood appeared first, then rib, then the pale motion of organs beneath. Karzek screamed something about the War Master. Tyberos pulled. The breastplate ruptured. Hunger drove into the exposed torso. Its teeth destroyed the primary heart, tore through one lung, and caught the fused rib mass. Slake entered beneath the remaining shoulder. Tyberos widened both arms. Karzek Vul came apart through the chest. His corrupted Terminator armor split with him. Blood, cables, pulverized organs and fragments of transhuman bone erupted across the throne. One half of the Chaos Lord remained caught on Slake for a moment, twitching. Hunger released the other. The demon blade fell from Tyberos's wound and struck the floor. Tyberos stood over what remained. He did not speak. In the control chamber, Titus reached the demolition trigger. Cole's death had destabilized every reading. The surviving prisoners screamed with their own voices now. Gadriel dragged Mataras clear of a collapsing iron gantry, while Titus keyed the charges to Cornelius's interval. "Fleet command," he said. "Destruction sequence initiated." Silver's reply broke beneath static. "All vessels withdrawing." "Not fast enough." "No." Titus armed the final circuit. The crown pulsed. The black ring around Morvain expanded until it swallowed half the stars visible from the Imperial fleet. Auspex stations aboard every surviving ship screamed simultaneous contact warnings. The far side of the corridor became visible not as an image, but as mass, impossible quantities of mass-crossing sensor ranges in a single violent burst. Something enormous passed through. Silver's bridge crew could not classify it. Neither could the Nicor. The return exceeded the profile of the vessels surrounding it and vanished before any firing solution could stabilize. Titus never saw it. Tyberos never saw it. They only felt the crown react. Every blackstone pillar on Morvain Primus began screaming through the machinery bolted into it. Every lumen turned red. Every warning rune in Titus's armor ignited at once. Then the planet started to come apart. Morvain Primus began to die from the inside. The first pylon split before the demolition wave had finished traveling through the crown. a fracture no wider than a blade opening along its black stone surface and racing upward faster than any auspex could track. Darkness bled from the crack. Not shadow, not smoke, but the absence of reflected light, a wound in perception that widened until the monolith burst apart with a sound too deep for human hearing and powerful enough to make the surviving ultramarines feel the vibration through the soles of their boots. The destruction propagated through the lattice. Pylons buried beneath kilometers of ash tore upward through the crust. Mountain ranges split along impossible geometric lines. Ash oceans heaved without wind as structures older than mankind erupted through them, great blackstone ribs rising into the poisoned atmosphere before breaking beneath forces the builders had never intended them to endure. Gravity failed in local pockets. Corpses, ammunition crates, and shattered armor rose from the ground, hung motionless for several heartbeats, then smashed sideways into walls as the direction of attraction changed. A Black Legion body struck a ceiling hard enough to burst its skull against the stone, hung there suspended, then fell again when gravity returned. Warp entities flickered into existence wherever the collapsing crown lost suppression. Some manifested only as faces in the air. Others forced clawed limbs and horned bodies through reality, shrieking triumph before neighboring blackstone nodes reignited and mutilated their forms. One demon appeared across a corridor in a burst of violet fire, its torso still forming around a ring of teeth when the null field snapped back into existence. Half the creature vanished. The remainder fell wetly to the floor, organs that could not exist in real space, twitching for seconds before decaying into black sludge. Titus saw it happen and did not slow. The planet had moved beyond battle. Morvain Primus was becoming an execution mechanism large enough to kill armies simply by failing. Total withdrawal, Titus transmitted across every channel his armor could still reach. The command repeated through squad vox, fleet relays, servitor rebroadcasts, and the surviving astropathic network. All Imperial formations disengage. No position is to be held for territorial value. Extraction takes priority over material recovery, Static answered. Then fragments of acknowledgement came back from formations already trying to escape. Thunderhawks lifted from ash fields, while Black Legion fire tracked them from collapsing bastions. Storm ravens crossed trenches at roof height, ramp doors open as wounded Astartes and mortal troops were dragged aboard without ceremony. Boarding craft detached from orbital stations and climbed through debris fields thick enough to kill pilots who misjudged a vector by seconds. Teleportariums aboard the fleet cycled beyond recommended limits, translation coils overheating, while tech marines and engine seers ignored warning catechisms and forced another squad through. There were never enough aircraft. Titus knew that before he gave the order. Tens of thousands of loyal soldiers remained beneath ground where no transport could reach them. Entire auxiliar battalions would receive the evacuation command and never find a functioning route to the surface. Armor crews would abandon vehicles because fuel was less valuable than the minutes required to drive them to launch zones. Men would shoot wounded comrades rather than leave them screaming for demons. None of it altered the requirement. The crown was dying, and every warrior who remained after the collapse became a casualty without strategic return. The Black Legion understood the same truth. Their reaction stripped away any illusion that servants of chaos desired death merely because they dealt in it so freely. Cultists were abandoned first. Thousands surged toward landing fields, only to find blast gates closed against them, while traitor Astartes transports lifted from behind the barricades. Slaves clawed at assault ramps and were kicked away by armored boots. One Black Legionary fired a bolter through a crowd because bodies were slowing his route to a boarding craft. The first shell burst a man apart at the waist. The second entered a woman carrying ammunition and detonated inside her torso, showering those behind her with ribs and blood. The crowd still pressed forward. The legionary fired until the passage opened. Elsewhere, Black Legion Chosen fought one another over the last functional gunship in a subterranean hangar. There was no ritual duel and no appeal to hierarchy. One warrior shot another through the knee, stepped over him, and reached the ramp before the wounded traitor seized his ankle and dragged him down. A third killed both with a power axe and boarded alone. Officers who had expended millions of mortal lives as ammunition now murdered their own brothers for seconds of survival. The long war demanded endurance, and the dead contributed nothing to it. The void above Morvain became worse. Silver had every reason to withdraw the surviving Imperial fleet from the planet's gravity well. Instead, he ordered the squadrons inward. The decision was suicidal in the narrow sense and necessary in every larger one. Extraction craft could not survive the Black Legion cruisers still prowling the near orbit, and the dying crown filled auger displays with false returns that made long-range interception nearly impossible. Imperial escorts therefore moved physically between the retreating craft and enemy warships. Frigates burned their engines beyond safe tolerances to place themselves across firing lanes. Destroyers fired torpedoes at distances so short that guidance systems barely had time to arm. A Navy escort designated the Indomitable Saint crossed between a Black Legion cruiser and a formation of Thunderhawks carrying ultramarines from the southern excavation zones. The Chaos cruiser fired its lances. The escort's void shields held through the first strike and failed beneath the second. The third beam cut through the ship from dorsal armor to keel. Thousands died instantly. The wreck still blocked the firing lane long enough for the Thunderhawks to escape. Silver marked the vessel lost and reassigned the next escort before the debris had finished expanding. The battle around the planet reached a scale where destruction became geography. A Black Legion cruiser, already crippled by torpedoes, drifted into the path of a rising blackstone fragment nearly a kilometer long. The monolith struck the ship amidships and continued through it. Armor folded. Internal decks collapsed in sequence. The cruiser split around the blackstone shard and detonated when its reactor chambers ruptured. The blast caught 3 nearby attack craft and an Imperial transport carrying thousands of wounded. None survived. A second pylon fragment emerged through the atmosphere and passed into orbit trailing ash, magma, and entire sections of crust. It struck nothing, but its gravitational displacement pulled a squadron of fighters far enough off course that 2 collided and another entered the firing arc of an enemy defense turret. Everywhere, ships died for seconds. Seconds became corridors. Corridors became lives. Titus reached the surface with Gadriel supporting Mataris by one arm and a surviving Sternguard veteran by the other. The route from the control nexus had collapsed twice behind them. The third collapse occurred beneath their feet. Blackstone fractured with a noise like the planet cracking its teeth, and the corridor pitched sideways. Gadriel drove the base of the second company standard into the floor and used it as an anchor, while Titus seized Mataris's armor harness before the wounded sergeant could slide into the opening. Beneath them was no visible bottom, only red light and the distant movement of machinery falling through darkness. "Up," Titus ordered. Mataris planted his functioning leg, armor servo grinding, and forced himself upright. "Still attached," he said. "Enough." Titus pulled him forward. The torn banner above Gadriel had lost almost half its cloth. The surviving blue field burned black around the edges and stiff with blood. Gadriel carried it anyway. They emerged into a surface theater that no longer resembled the one Titus had entered. Blackstone monoliths leaned across fortification lines like fallen towers. Trenches had become fissures. Rivers of burning promethium ran downhill through the ash, their orange light illuminating heaps of dead from both armies. A traitor guard tank lay overturned with its tracks still moving. Loyal auxiliar corpses were packed around a barricade where they had died facing outward. Some had no heads. Others had been stripped by blast pressure until uniforms clung to exposed muscle. Beyond them, a Thunderhawk extraction beacon flashed through the smoke.
The aircraft was still several kilometers away and approaching under fire. "Movement," Gadriel said. Black Legion survivors crossed the plain from the opposite direction, hundreds of mortals ahead of a smaller cluster of legionaries. Titus raised his bolt pistol. Then the ground between them ruptured. A black stone column erupted upward and threw both forces apart. Bodies rose with the debris. Some fell. Others remained suspended when gravity changed again, turning slowly above the battlefield, while blood floated from them in red globes. Titus watched a wounded cultist drift overhead screaming until the gravity field reversed. The man shot downward and struck a ruined tank turret head first. His skull burst across the armor. The Carcharodons were still below. Titus knew it because the Nicor continued transmitting gene seed recovery requests into sectors that any conventional force would already have abandoned. Tyberos had killed Karzek Vul, but the hunt had not ended at the enemy lord's death. The Red Brethren moved through the collapsing lower levels, reclaiming progenoid glands, relic blades, armor seals, and ident tokens from the dead whenever recovery remained physically possible. They did not attempt to carry every corpse. Flesh was expendable. Gene seed was not. Chapter relics were not. Memory was not. Tyberos himself took the rearguard. His armor had deteriorated from damage to barely functional. Blood still leaked from the wound Karzek's demon blade had opened through his side. One shoulder servo lagged. Slake's drive mechanism emitted an uneven grinding note and intermittently stalled beneath heavy resistance. Hunger remained functional, but had lost several chain teeth. The Shade Lord continued fighting because the remaining distance to extraction contained enemies and therefore required someone to kill them. A Red Brother dragged the corpse of another Carcharodon by the gorget until they reached the marked recovery junction. "Progenoids secured," he reported. Tyberos looked once at the dead warrior. "Leave him." The body remained where it fell. The reliquary did not. They moved on. The last enemy concentration found them near the surface corridor. The possessed had survived the collapse by methods that mocked biology. Some crawled through cracks too narrow for their armor. Others emerged from warp distortions already wounded, limbs missing or torsos partially fused with blackstone. The first creature struck before the Carcharodons reached the extraction approach. Its head had become a cluster of jaws opening in different directions. Tyberos met it with hunger. The relic gauntlet caught the creature beneath one jaw and sheared upward. Chain teeth tore through bone, tongue, and corrupted skull matter. The head came apart in a spray of black blood and fragments of teeth. The corpse struck him hard enough to force his wounded side against the wall. More came. The first Ultramarines reached the extraction corridor from above at the same moment. Titus saw the horde and immediately began forming a defensive line. Blade guard forward, stern guard behind, cover the approach. Storm shields rose. Bolters found firing arcs. Tyberos walked past them. Titus turned his helm. The Shade Lord did not look back. The surviving Red Brethren followed him into the narrowing passage where the possessed could approach only a few at a time. Mataris, barely standing, watched them go. "They have the better ground." "They chose it," Titus said. The Carcharodons opened fire. Storm bolters hammered the first rank of possessed until ammunition counters reached empty and weapons clicked dry. Then they went to blades and fists. The constriction became a slaughter channel. A possessed with one arm ending in a hooked mass of bone leapt over the corpses of two others and struck Tyberos squarely in the chest. His damaged stabilizers failed. The Red Wake went to one knee. The creature landed upon him and drove claws into the ruined shoulder plate. Another came over its back. For a heartbeat, Tyberos disappeared beneath them. A Red Brother seized the second creature around the waist and tore it backward. Another drove a chain fist through its spine. Tyberos rose beneath the first. Hunger caught the demon host by the head. The relic mechanism engaged, shrieked, stalled, then caught again. The mutated skull sheared apart from jaw to crown. Warp ichor flooded over Tyberos's gauntlet.
He discarded the body and met the next creature with Slake. The damaged weapon struck low. Its teeth entered beneath the groin and drove upward through pelvis, abdomen, and sternum. The possessed convulsed around the gauntlet, while loops of intestine spilled over Tyberos' forearm. He ripped Slake free through the chest. The creature came apart, almost to the throat. The battle did not become easy, because Tyberos had begun winning it. Another possessed struck him from the side and reopened Karzek's wound. Blood sprayed across the Blackstone. He dropped to one knee again. Hunger came up too slowly. A red brother took the killing strike meant for him. Demon claws punched through the warrior's abdomen and out through the backplate. The Carcharodon locked both arms around the possessed and held it long enough for Tyberos to drive Slake through both of them. Ceramite, demon flesh, and loyal Astartes tissue exploded together. Tyberos pulled the weapon free. The red brother fell without a sound. "Shade Lord," one of the survivors transmitted. "Extraction window closing." Tyberos killed the next possessed, then another. Only when the corridor contained enough corpses to obstruct further advance did he withdraw. By the time he reached Titus, his armor had no visible grey left upon it. Blood, black warp ichor, soot, and powdered ceramite covered every surface. Hunger dripped from the wrist housing. Slake's damaged chain drive turned once, clicked, and stopped. The Thunderhawk arrived through artillery fire. Its guns tore across the approach, while the ramp descended before the aircraft had fully settled. "Wounded first," Titus ordered. Gadriel forced Mataris toward the ramp. The veteran sergeant resisted for half a heartbeat. "Captain, that is an order." Mataris boarded. The surviving Ultramarines followed by squads, while Titus remained outside, watching the Blackstone horizon fold upward around them. Carcharodon teleport beacons activated behind Tyberos. The Nicor had finally established a lock. One red brother vanished in a burst of blue-white light, then another. Tyberos remained until the others were gone. Titus looked at him across the burning extraction zone. Neither spoke. Tyberos disappeared. Titus boarded the Thunderhawk last. The ramp had barely sealed when Morvain Primus collapsed. The crown lost synchronization all at once. The black ring surrounding the planet contracted, widened, then tore into fragments. Blackstone structures thousands of kilometers long broke free from the crust and collided in orbit. One fragment struck a Black Legion cruiser and reduced the vessel to a burst of plasma and metal dust. Another passed through an Imperial destroyer without slowing. The planet itself seemed to fold inward around the dead center of the crown. Continents cracked. Ash oceans vanished into fractures large enough to swallow cities. The Thunderhawk climbed through a sky filled with burning debris, while its pilot fought controls that alternated between crushing gravity and almost none. Titus watched Morvain through the rear-picked feed. Then the great rift snapped back. The impossible corridor vanished. Stars returned where darkness had been. For several seconds, there was only static. Then voices erupted through the Imperial fleet. Men cheered. Bridge crews shouted. Naval ratings struck bulkheads with bloody fists. Somewhere an officer began reciting a hymn of victory before another voice cut across every command channel. Dinal Cornelius. Weak. Ragged. Alive. Captain Titus. The cheering around the fleet diminished as relay officers recognized the priority cipher. Titus answered. Report. I intercepted a transmission before the crown died. From whom? The Black Legion. Titus looked toward the pict screen, where Morvain Primus continued breaking apart beneath the stars. Destination? Cornelius was silent for several seconds. Then he said, Not here. Titus's expression hardened. Not anywhere in the Morvain theater. Vordain survived, which was the kind of statement the Imperium preserved for victory rolls, because the words concealed more than they revealed. The planet remained beneath its star. Its primary hive foundations had not been cracked through to the mantle. Enough orbital infrastructure endured for transports to descend without relying entirely upon landers.
and enough of the planetary defense grid remained active that the world could still be called an imperial possession rather than a grave awaiting recolonization. Everything beneath those facts was ruin. Hive Eraman had lost its upper 9 districts when a Black Legion cruiser came apart during atmospheric descent and spread burning armor across 200 kilometers of urban sprawl. Seraphon still burned beneath chemical storms generated when its manufactoria ruptured, and entire Hab strata containing billions of citizens were dark because no functioning reactorium remained to feed them power, air, or potable water. Lashir's refinery cities had ceased transmitting altogether. One moon had been depopulated so thoroughly that Navy augurs detected only automated distress beacons repeating prayers recorded by men already dead. Across Vordain's western continent, loyal armies continued fighting cult formations that had received no word of Karzek Vul's death and might not have believed it if they had. Men killed and died beneath banners of causes whose commanders no longer existed. Artillery still spoke beyond the horizon. The war had lost its purpose before it had lost its momentum. The righteous fury carried the survivors of Morvain through decks never designed to hold so many wounded. Titus walked them because viewing casualty summaries from the Strategium had become insufficient. The troop galleries smelled of medici antiseptic, cauterized flesh, hydraulic fluid, and blood. Ultramar Defense Auxilia soldiers lay in rows beneath emergency lumen strips, while chirurgeons moved between them with sleeves dark to the elbow. Some had lost limbs to bolter impacts or collapsing fortifications. Others carried radiation burns from damaged reactors or wounds that had been sealed with battlefield foam only long enough to bring them aboard. Servitors moved among the wounded, carrying amputated arms and legs in steel receptacles toward reclamation furnaces, their machine voices repeating passages of disposal liturgy without recognizing the human remains in their hands. A man with both legs gone tried to salute when Titus passed. His hand never reached his brow before exhaustion dragged the arm down. Titus acknowledged him anyway. Farther along, an apothecarian annex had been erected inside what had once been an embarkation hall. Damaged Astartes lay upon reinforced slabs beneath the hands of apothecaries and servo skulls. Ceramite had been cut away to expose wounds that would have killed mortal men outright. One ultramarine had lost an arm at the shoulder and enough of his torso that both lungs were visible beneath artificial seals. Another remained unconscious, while an apothecary extracted fragments of corrupted metal from around his secondary heart. The gene seed of the dead rested in sealed progenoid reliquaries nearby. The crown was destroyed. The corridor had closed. Ultramar had been spared whatever fleet Cole intended to bring through Morvain. None of those truths made what Titus saw smaller. Mataurus survived because Astartes were difficult creatures to kill, and because the apothecaries had reached him before internal bleeding overcame even transhuman physiology. His leg would require extensive reconstruction. Several ribs had been replaced with augmetic braces before the righteous fury completed its first orbit of Vordain. When Titus entered the recovery chamber, the veteran sergeant was conscious and already demanding tactical reports from a medici servitor programmed to refuse him. "Your orders were to recover," Titus said. Mataurus looked toward him from beneath a web of monitoring cables. The servitor interprets recovery narrowly. The servitor possesses better judgment than you currently do. Mataurus managed the suggestion of a smile. "Then I request permission to have it transferred to the Strategium." Titus looked across the wounded gathered around them. Denied. The humor left Mataurus's face. Morvain? Gone. The Shade Lord? Alive. Mataurus closed his eyes for a moment. Of course he is. Neither man called that survival miraculous. They had both seen too much of the Red Wake to use such a word casually. Gadriel waited beyond the apothecarian, with the remains of the second company standard folded over one arm. The banner no longer resembled something intended for ceremony.
Fire had eaten through its lower field. Blood had dried black across the embroidered ultramarine device, and one edge remained stiff, where warp heat had fused cloth into a strip of glossy carbon. "The armor serfs want to replace it," Gadriel said. Titus looked at the ruin. "Will it still carry?" "Yes." "Then it remains." Gadriel nodded once. They walked toward the observation gallery overlooking Vordain. Through armor glass, the planet filled half the visible void. Fires were large enough to be seen from orbit. Great weather systems had become stained by smoke rising from destroyed continents. Wreckage circled the world in a ragged, artificial ring. "Fleet casualty confirmation?" Titus asked. Gadriel recited the figure from memory, then stopped before completing it. The exact number mattered to the administratum. Looking at the wreckage, it meant almost nothing. The Ebon Reaving no longer existed as a coherent war host. Its command hierarchy had died with Karzek Vul, its ritual architecture with Vedras Kol, and most of its capital strength in the battles around Morvan. Survivors were fleeing in whatever vessels retained warp capacity. Several Black Legion cruisers had already broken for the outer system beneath screens of lesser escorts. Titus had allowed some of them to go because pursuit would have drawn damaged Imperial ships away from Vordain when the world still required orbital protection. Other traitor vessels had been hunted down by Navy squadrons and destroyed without demand for surrender. The Imperium did not expect surrender from the Black Legion, and the Black Legion rarely offered it. Yet every time Titus looked at the retreat vectors, Cole's final words returned to him with irritating precision. "The corridor has already remained open long enough." That sentence had survived the sorcerer who spoke it. Titus had replayed Cornelius's intercepted transmission twice and refused a third hearing until the astropath could separate genuine signal from empiric contamination. Victory could be declared when the remaining traitor fleet disappeared into the warp. Understanding had not yet arrived. The Nicor approached the following cycle without formal request for docking precedence. The Carcharodon vessel emerged from the debris shadow of Vordain's outer moon as quietly as it had first appeared within the Morvain system, grey hull scarred by fresh lance impacts and the passage through collapsing. Blackstone. No heraldic salute preceded it. No vox hymn announced the arrival of a chapter master. The Righteous Fury's command deck received only a docking vector and a recognition cipher old enough that 2 machine spirits required manual confirmation before accepting it. Gadriel stood beside Titus when the signal arrived. "They assume we will receive them." "They are correct. That does not make it courteous." Titus looked at him. Gadriel inclined his head. "I know. Irrelevant. Not irrelevant. Merely unhelpful." Tyberos came aboard with 2 red brethren and no honor guard beyond them. His armor had been partially repaired, but not restored. Fresh adamantium patches covered several breaches. The wound Karzek's demon blade had opened through his side was concealed beneath replacement plating that had not yet been painted to match the ancient grey around it. Hunger and Slake had both been cleaned of the gore that had coated them on Morvain, though Slake's chain housing carried a new casing and moved with a faint irregularity when the Shade Lord flexed his gauntlet. He entered the strategium without ceremony. Mortal officers instinctively gave him more room than necessity required. Titus did not. The 2 Astartes commanders faced one another beside the hololithic image of Vordain, with billions of surviving Imperial citizens reduced to status runes beneath them. "We would have lost fewer lives if you had shared your intelligence when you entered the system," Titus said. He did not accuse. Accusation suggested emotion, where assessment was more useful. Tyberos remained still. "The Black Legion would have learned sooner that it was hunted." "Perhaps. They fled 7 systems when they knew." Titus studied the expressionless helm. "And killed the populations behind them." "Yes." "Your silence preserved the hunt." "Yes."
Titus looked toward the burning representation of Vordain. It did not preserve them. Tyberos followed his gaze. Nothing would have preserved all of them. Titus disliked the answer, because part of it was true. Had the Carcharodons transmitted their pursuit records through normal Imperial channels, the information might have reached Karzek through corrupted astropaths, infiltrated administratum networks, or captured relay stations. The Black Legion had prepared Morvain years before, openly committing to the system. It had compromised command structures Titus had believed secure. Tyberos's methods were shaped by a lifetime in which secrecy was armor. Yet the Carcharodons had regarded entire populations as variables beneath the hunt, and Titus could not accept that calculation simply because it had worked. "Not all," he said. "More." Tyberos's answer came softly. "Perhaps." That single word represented more concession than Titus expected. There would be no friendship between them. Titus recognized that with the same certainty with which he recognized armor penetration or a failing battle line. Tyberos belonged to an existence shaped in the outer dark, where imperial law reached in fragments and survival depended upon making enemies fear the places between stars. The Carcharodons killed without celebration, because celebration was irrelevant. Their silence was not solemnity, it was economy. Their savagery was not loss of control, it was method. Titus had understood that only after fighting beside them. Tyberos, in turn, no longer mistook ultramarine restraint for hesitation. Titus had condemned Morvain Primus, knowing loyal soldiers remained upon it. He had sacrificed the 18th Vordanian for minutes and turned Tyberos himself into bait because the strategy demanded it. Discipline did not mean reluctance to kill. It meant knowing what the killing purchased. Titus deactivated the hololith. "The Imperium owes your chapter a debt." Tyberos looked at him. The strategium remained quiet enough for the hum of cogitator banks to become audible. "There is no debt," the Shade Lord said. "The hunt continues." He turned and walked away. There was no clasping of wrists, no exchange of relics, no oath of brotherhood. The Red Brethren followed him through the blast doors, and the doors closed behind them. The Nicor departed less than an hour later. Its accompanying vessels formed around it without parade order, scarred grey shapes passing between the damaged Imperial fleet and the cold light of distant stars. Their drives ignited one by one. Auspec's returns diminished as the Carcharodons returned to the emissions discipline that had concealed them before the battle. Gadriel stood beside Titus upon the observation deck and watched the last vessel disappear into the galactic dark. "I cannot decide whether I would rather meet them again as allies or never see them again." Titus watched the empty place where the Nicor had been. He did not answer. Both options possessed merit. Cornelius summoned him to the strategium before the Carcharodon fleet had completely vanished from long-range augurs. The astropath should have been confined to Medici care. Instead, he sat within a reinforced command throne, face grey beneath dried blood, ruined eyes covered by fresh bandages. 3 attendants monitored the neural connections around his skull, while a servitor translated the recovered transmission into visible cipher layers above the hololithic table. Silva was already present. So were Gadriel and several senior fleet officers. Nobody spoke when Titus entered. "Recovered?" Titus asked. Cornelius inclined his head. "Most of it. The message was transmitted before Cole died, routed through the Crown's resonance, and then split across several conventional astropathic carriers. I believe that fragmentation was intentional. Destination? Beyond the Morvain Theatre. That we knew. I know where now." Coordinates appeared. Titus studied them. They lay far along the Great Rift, outside every vector relevant to Vordain, Morvain, or the surviving Black Legion retreat. Silva expanded the display. "No known reinforcement route connects those positions." "Correct," Cornelius said, "because the transmission was not coordinating reinforcement." The cipher layers shifted. Symbols resolved around a command authority Titus recognized even without the astropath explaining it. These were not Karzek Vul's personal seals. The hierarchy reached upward through the Black Legion's command structure to authorities whose orders carried the sanction of the War Master himself. Silver stared at the result. Karzek was following an external operation. Cornelius shook his head. He was the external operation. Titus understood before the astropath continued. Morvain had been bait on a scale larger than a battlefield. The cult uprisings had drawn regional armies. The Ebon Reaving had forced naval squadrons inward. The Noctilith Crown had disrupted astropathic traffic across neighboring sectors and filled long-range augurs with empiric distortion. Titus had committed the righteous fury. Tyberos had brought the Nicor. Other Imperial forces had altered patrol patterns to reinforce them. The Black Legion had created noise, slaughter, and strategic urgency, sufficient to make the Imperium stare directly at Morvain, while something else moved elsewhere. Karzek was expendable, Titus said. Cornelius nodded. The order never included extraction, because extraction was never intended. Gadriel looked at the coordinates. He knew. Perhaps, Titus said. He remembered the chosen Karzek had killed for questioning whether the War Master expected them to die. It would not have mattered. Silver enlarged the second region. What crossed? Cornelius's jaw tightened. A vessel. One confirmed displacement signature during the Crown's maximum expansion, possibly more obscured within it. The augur data is corrupted beyond classification. A warship? Unknown. Size? Unknown. Destination? Cornelius hesitated. Unknown. The word settled across the strategium more heavily than certainty would have. Titus studied the recorded transit. The timing aligned almost exactly with the moment Cole and Karzek died. While Tyberos had torn the Oath Scourge apart beneath Morvain, and Titus had killed the sorcerer at the Crown's heart, the empiric distortion generated by the installation had reached across the rift. Somewhere far beyond the battle, they believed they were deciding, another Black Legion vessel had translated under the cover of that disturbance. Its drive signature had appeared for seconds, disappeared, and left nothing sufficiently intact for Imperial cogitators to classify its cargo. Cornelius activated the final recovered fragment. Most of the original message was gone. Warp corruption had reduced it to broken cipher, strings, and damaged command seals. One line had survived intact because it had been repeated through every layer of the transmission. The hololith rendered the words above the darkened strategium. Morvain was the shield. The spear has passed. Nobody spoke. Titus looked from the message to the viewing ports beyond the command deck. Vordain burned below them, billions dead or dying so that the crown could be broken. Imperial ships drifted wounded in its orbit. The Ebon Reaving had been annihilated. Karzek Vul was butchered. Vedras Cole was dead. Morvain Primus no longer existed as a functioning world. Every immediate objective had been achieved, and Abaddon had spent all of it. Not lost it, spent it. Titus understood the distinction. The War Master of the Black Legion had traded a war host, a Chaos Lord, a sorcerer, countless mortal troops, and an ancient Blackstone installation for whatever had crossed unseen while the Imperium fought to close the door. The scale of the expenditure told Titus more about the cargo than any surviving Auspex record could have. Abaddon did not waste resources without purpose. If Karzek had been the shield, then whatever had passed beneath his sacrifice was worth more than everything Morvain had consumed. Gadriel broke the silence. We stopped the corridor. Yes, Titus said. We saved Vordain. Yes. And still he gained what he wanted. Titus watched the darkness between the stars. We do not know that. Gadriel looked toward him. Titus's expression hardened. But we are going to find out. Beyond the armor glass, the Carcharodons were already gone. The surviving Black Legion ships had fled. The great rift burned across the galaxy like a wound that no victory had ever taught how to heal. Somewhere beyond it, the spear was already moving.